fourth policy dialogue between South Africa and the Netherlands. Today, we address higher education, leadership and governance. A warm welcome to all of you on behalf of the South African Department for Higher Education and Science. Alongside me is Ida Makakule, who is working for the South African Department of Higher Education and Training. And we jointly host and organize these dialogues together with you as our main public and audience. We would like to ask you all to turn off your cameras and your microphones so that all the participants can join us the entire dialogue. And we will dive a little bit deeper into the content for today after the opening words. But we have a very big honor today because I would like to ask Deputy Ambassador Janneke Vrijland to do the first opening word, but it's her birthday as well. So I would really like to welcome her on her birthday. It's a big honor that you will join us during your celebration and participate in our policy dialogue. Much appreciated. But I would really like to give you the chance now to say a few opening words to all of us. Thank you. Rianne, could you please turn off your camera? Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Berto. And I couldn't think of any better way to spend my birthday than to focus on higher education, of course. So really, it's a great pleasure to open today's dialogue and to welcome so many colleagues from South Africa and from the Netherlands in higher education and the hoger onderwijs sector. The long-standing ties between South Africa and the Netherlands are reflected in the many institutional partnerships between South African and Dutch institutions. And these partnerships, they have survived many years of history, surviving vivid and times full of change. Coming from an embassy with a strong focus on economic partnerships, we see that the worldwide free market is searching for new balances. The world is again full of geopolitical changes. As in the past, I am convinced that academic collaboration will survive all the geopolitical shifts that we might endure. Knowledge diplomacy is in many cases one of the strongest ties to keep countries and their residents connected. And this is why economic and academic ties both serve their own relevance. And this is why we believe that the policy dialogues, led so well by Berto and his team, and like we have today, are so important. These policy dialogues serve as a way to understand each other's systems better and to detect new opportunities for collaboration, to strengthen existing and create new partnerships. International academic collaboration can be done in multiple ways, like we saw in the first policy dialogue. All forms have their own opportunities and benefits. And despite all the good things that internationalization can bring us, it is good to consider some of the challenges that we face nationally and internationally while working together. How strong it is to exchange the risks and potential challenges, to be open about our own struggles, and to share our own attempts to keep the academic sector as we like it. We like it to be independent and autonomous, and we like it to have a strong emphasis on academic integrity and fundamental values that we share between our countries. Reflecting together on challenges and risks in international partnerships for higher education is a sign of trust that we give each other, trust that forms the basis of all partnerships, national and international. So it is a great honor to see the commitment from both governments here in this call, but also in our broader cooperation, to jointly host and organize this open conversation and the exchange, leadership and governance. A topic that is both as sensitive as it is beautiful. To underline the importance of South Africa, it is a pleasure to be able to share with you that in October, a new knowledge mission from the Netherlands will visit South Africa. The Dutch Minister for Education, Culture and Science will visit South Africa together with the high-level board members from Dutch TVET, Higher Education and exchange of knowledge and ideas. On top of that, I'm very proud to say that the King and Queen of the Netherlands will visit. During this state visit, there will be a focus on our strong ties and on the many great opportunities between South Africa and the Netherlands. Now it is up to us together to listen and understand and to make a start in international partnerships between our countries and institutions. I wish all of us a very fruitful engagement today, and I'm already looking forward to see in the future all the outcomes that are the result of today's and future dialogues and partnerships. Thank you to Barto and your team, and thank you to all the participants of today. I wish you a great dialogue.
Thank you very much, Janneke. And as you might have seen in our screens, load shedding is around us, but we are still able to be connected online, so that's great. Thank you very much for your warm words and appreciation for the academic sectors and our work in that sense in a knowledge diplomacy way. In changing times, also very great to hear about the announcement of the knowledge mission of the Dutch minister and the high-level delegation of Dutch board members from Dutch TVET, Higher Education and Science, coming to South Africa, and also the King and Queen following the same week in a visit to South Africa on the request of Cyril Ramaphosa. It's going to be a great week for us, very busy already with the preparations, but we hope to meet many of you during one of these events now, today, during the policy dialogues, but also in the future with further engagements. I would like to hand over the words to a colleague from the Department for Higher Education and Training. It's the Acting Chief Director for Higher Education and Policies, Shahida Essak, who will do the opening word on behalf of the department. Dr. Essak, are you here with us? If not, we save this a little bit for later, and we start with the introduction of the theme for today. In the meanwhile, I would like to ask the people with their camera on to turn it off and make it in that sense accessible for as much as of us to join the meeting. So please turn up your camera, and I see that Dr. Essak is here with us. So please, Dr. Essak, take the floor.
Good morning. Colleagues, can you hear me?
Good morning, Dr. Essak, loud and clear.
Good morning. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Apologies for the slight delay, but I think we are now on track. So basically, we would like to welcome everyone to this seminar, specifically the embassy, the Dutch embassy, the Deputy Ambassador, Ms. Janneke Ryland, distinguished guest, and our notable speaker, Professor Thuli Madonsela. So having said all of that, I bid you a good morning and welcome you to this policy dialogue series that the department and the Dutch embassy has been hosting throughout the year. And this is in light of our continued engagement and commitment to strengthen collaboration between the two countries. Such initiatives show that South Africa and Netherlands go beyond sharing history and geography. Through forging collaborative engagements, we seek structural linkages and opportunities towards a vision that speaks to the foundation of higher education based on the principles of academic freedom and the right to quality education. Now, today's dialogue on leadership and governance emerges at an appropriate time, and it is of relevance, great relevance actually, to both countries. Because our higher education system continues to transform in its nature and its shape. Student leadership and participation has come to the forefront. A voice that was silent is becoming prominent. And legislatively, Chapter 4 of the Higher Education Act encourages students to participate as they are the recipients of quality education or a lack thereof. Now, our higher education system continues to transform in its nature and shape. Student leadership and participation has come to the forefront. For the DHET, leadership and governance is viewed through multiple lenses. So to begin with, there is the legislative oversight. So we have the act in place. Above the act, there is the Constitution, but then there's the Higher Education Act and regulations in certain areas to govern certain aspects. Then we look at the legislation in response also to the needs of society. But higher education institutions are also autonomous in that they manage their own affairs, as the ministry does not wish to be seen as micromanaging institutions or being too prescriptive. And I think this is significant because this is it is within this area that there is a lot of tension and debate, and something that has to be managed and managed well so we meet the objectives. And when we say managed well, we mean managed at the level of governance and management. So there's leadership, governance, and management. And the tension between what government wants, what government prescribes, the legislation, and what the institution desires to achieve within the framework of autonomy is always going to be contentious, and there will be that tension. So in the end, good governance, accountability, and transparency are essential components for the delivery of quality higher education. And it is our expectation that these should be nurtured and sustained. Therefore, we should be mindful when talking of leadership that the responsibility taken on must respond to the pursuit of a collective goal. So while acknowledging that leadership and governance in higher education has had challenges, I draw on Dr. Salim Ahmed Salim, who points out that leadership at each period and epoch has its own characteristics, challenges, and historical mission. This speaks to the evolving nature of the politics of the governed. Therefore, in our pursuit of a suitable leadership paradigm, this presents an opportunity to reflect, learn, and adapt. The massification of higher education through the South African government initiative plays a pivotal role in socio-economic growth and development. To some extent, this has resulted in multiple challenges faced by the sector, and this can affect our diverse range of higher education institutions in their capacity to deliver quality and relevant education that is accessible for all. This context touches on the pertinent issues of governance and leadership, which may seem pervasive. Governance and leadership affect growth and quality provision of higher education. The DHED continues to see value in our institutions providing quality higher education, thus the continued investment and interventions. So I therefore wish a fruitful engagement during the policy dialogue that will point to areas of solutions. Now, this is the very last thing I wanted to say, but if Chair, you allow me just to say one more thing. To this seminar series, we invited private higher institutions as well. So private higher institutions are governed by the Act, but they are not public universities. But they do form a critical part of the provision of higher education in this country, and they do contribute in a big way towards skills development and articulation. So I just wanted to raise that one issue just at the end. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Dr. Esak, for your insightful speech. And actually a great goal to aim for, to strive together as governments, as institutions in the public and in the private sector for a common goal and a common grant in what we aim for with the higher education sector. Our academic sector, where we share fundamental values, academic integrity, a strong basis to work from, I think, and already a great goal in itself. So let's see how we can contribute with our exchange today to that. And that brings us to the next point on the agenda, to look at what is the approach for the day and what is the aim for today. So what we are looking for today is higher education. It is very important to teach and train and skill our students that enter the higher education system to be self-sufficient and self-sustaining when they graduate from the higher education sector and are able to determine their own courses in life as persons. So well-shaped persons ready to go into the world, into the labor market, and find a way as self-employed people, as entrepreneurs, or maybe employed by one of the different companies that we have in our countries, but also around the world. And the world is more and more a global world, especially in the higher education. So internationalization is something that is deeply involved in higher education and also science. And science and higher education are hard to separate, I think, from each other. Today we look at a lot of challenges maybe, or looking at what is the right basis for international partnerships, national in higher education, but also when using international partnerships for that. And it's actually a follow-up of our first policy dialogue that we had end of June, where we explored all the possibilities that we can have for international partnerships. We started in June with the first policy dialogue, where we explored what is the actual national framework for international collaboration between, in this case, the Netherlands and South Africa, but actually the national frameworks are aimed at internationalization as a whole for the higher education sector in both countries. So we listened to the colleagues from the department in South Africa, from the Ministry for Education, Culture and Science, around their national policies. And then we explored together with a lot of good examples already in place between Dutch and South African institutions, how you can bring it into practice. So we had examples of institutional collaboration, student exchange, teacher and staff exchange, joint PhD programs, virtual opportunities, many opportunities past the discussion. And it was a very positive discussion. So what is possible? How can we create more chances and opportunities for our teachers, staff, students to learn from a different context and to train our intercultural and international skills? The follow-up today is looking a little bit more to the risks. So for international partnerships, we need a specific basis, trust, and that basis can be affected by a couple of aspects and things. And in that sense, it's good to look at what is the right leadership and governance that needs to be in place if we look at national qualitative institutions that are able to work in a good way and a qualitative way together with national partners, but also international partners. And in the discussion today, we of course aim especially at partnerships between Dutch and South African institutions, but it can be in a broader sense as well. The Netherlands is part of the EU. So in that sense, part of a bigger region than only the Netherlands, and also part of the European higher education area that stretches all the way to Kazakhstan, which is a huge part of the world. And South Africa is part of the SADC region, the Southern African partners, the surrounding countries, but also actually as one of the guiding countries for the entire sub-Saharan region. So South Africa is not a country on itself, like the Netherlands is not a country on itself. So today we focus a bit more on the partnerships between the Netherlands and South Africa, but with the realization in the back of our heads that we are partners in a bigger globe and a bigger world. Today can touch on specific topics that might have a bit of a sensitive feel as well. And we are not shy away, we don't want to shy away from those topics. I think it's important to address these difficult topics as well, like corruption, fraud, misrepresentation, academic integrity. How can it be affected if we don't value it enough? So sensitive topics are sometimes a little bit sensitive to deal with, but I think it's great that we are open to discuss topics like this today. And it's not about showcasing how well we are doing. I think it's all about showcasing, hey, we are sensible people and we have our vulnerabilities here and there. And I think we see it in the Netherlands with increasing reports coming out where the academic integrity is affected in some way. And I think we see a similar picture in South Africa. So the amount of difficulties taking place in either one of the countries might be a bit different. But I think the global trend is that we see that academic integrity and values are touched by something that is bigger than us sometimes. So how can we prevent that academic integrity is replaced by something else? Our own wishes, our own demands, our own competition wishes or whatsoever. So how can we keep an eye on each other? How can we keep aligned? And how can we prevent ourselves and others from stepping on ways and paths that we don't like to see happening in the academic world? Because remember, knowledge diplomacy is all about personal ties. It is us people that connect each other and connect our countries in the longer run. And that's how we start and work together. I think this was a quite long introduction for today. I would like to stress once more, today is all about showcasing examples of issues that we might have in one of the two countries, in both countries, how we deal with it. We can deal with it in different ways. It's not about telling the other how to deal with it like we would like to see it. It's all about exchanging how our approach is helping ourselves in our countries. And maybe there's something we can pick up on the other side, but it's all about exchange and learning from each other. Having that said, I think it's time to go to the next speaker. That is Dr. Filia Fukea from the South African Department for Higher Education and Training. She's the Director for Governance Support, and she will take us a little bit deeper in the policies around governance and leadership coming from the department. Later on today, we will have more speakers that dive a bit deeper into the same topic, but Dr. Filia Fukea will take us a little bit more in the reasoning behind the policies coming from the department. Dr. Fukea, you can open up your mic and please go ahead. We can
Thank
see
you. Yes, thank you, Berto, and good morning to the audience and everyone present today. So as Berto has indicated, I'll be just doing an overview of higher education governance as far as the legislation is concerned. Everyone can see the presentation, right? Okay.
Yes, questions can be posted in the chat, and we have a few more minutes at the end of your presentation to discuss those questions. That brings me to another announcement I had to make. Sorry to postpone your presentation a bit. We also have a Miro board in the background, which you can use to post your questions or drop your lessons learned today. And you can also post your contact details if you are looking for a partner to work on a specific topic together. So feel free to use the Miro board. My colleague, Hubert Boshoff from the Knowledge Collab will share the link in the chat. So use the chat, use the Miro board. And one thing I have to announce as well, this dialogue will be recorded. If you don't like to be in the screen of the recording, please send us an email. We will also post in the chat our email address so that you can inform us that you won't like to be in the recording. Thank you. And Dr. Fukea, go ahead.
Thank you, Berto. So first, I'd like to just highlight the policy and the legislative framework that is governing higher education governance. So we've got our two white papers. The first white paper, the one of 1997, which really set out the model for governing higher education. And then we had the white paper for PSET, which also affirmed the principles that were laid out in the white paper 3 of 1997. In terms of the legislation, we've got the Constitution, which provides the foundation for public higher education institutions, and that they must conduct their affairs within the broader principles of academic freedom and freedom to do scientific research. Then we have the Higher Education Act, which regulates higher education and provides for the establishment of higher education institutions, both public and private, as well as the Council on Higher Education. And in terms of the the Higher Education Act, it's very clear in its preamble that higher education institutions should enjoy freedom and autonomy in their relationship with the state, but within the context of public accountability and the national need for advanced skills and scientific knowledge. The Act provides for universities to make their own institutional statutes, and the institutional statutes are designed to give effect to any matters not expressly prescribed by the Act. Again, this is for institutions to appreciate their own context and contextualize their governance arrangements in terms of where they are. And on top of the institutional statutes, they can also make their institutional rules, and that's again to give further detail in terms of the governance arrangement. So you've got the Higher Education Act, which lays the foundation. Then you've got statutes, which gives the context to each institution and also expressly prescribe further issues that are not outlined in the Act. And then you've got rules as well. So then in terms of the policy documents, I'm sorry, I'm struggling to move to the next slide, sorry. So in terms of the White Paper 3 of 1997 and the Higher Education Act, cooperative governance is the model for governing higher education. And the White Paper describe cooperative governance at both the systemic level as well as at institutional level. And when one looks at cooperative governance at the systemic level, you're talking about the relationship of institutions with the state. And at the institutional level, it's about the internal decision-making arrangements. And I will talk further on that in the next few slides. So the White Paper 3 also puts forward a number of principles. I think it's about 9, if I'm not mistaken. But I just pulled out the ones that speak to governance, so to say. So first is the institutional autonomy, and as I've indicated, the Higher Education Act also affirms institutional autonomy. And when one looks at the Higher Education Act as well, you see that our South African higher education institutions enjoy a considerable amount of autonomy in the sphere of academic and research matters, admissions, curriculum design, appointment of employees, including the Vice Chancellor and the Executive Management, human resource management, purchasing and entering into contracts, awarding and revoking of degrees. In terms of public accountability, of course, the approach is that they enjoy autonomy, but that autonomy has to be balanced with the demands of public accountability. And that's on the basis that public higher education institutions are funded from the public purse, and they need to be answerable for the decisions that they take. They must account on how money was spent and how they've achieved, their achievements and how they've met national goals. I've touched on the principle of academic freedom, which means that there must be no outside interference in the pursuit or practice of academic work. Lastly is the principle of democratization, which the White Paper requires that the governance structures should be representative, and people elected into those structures must be democratically elected. And also that the stakeholders in the institution must have a say in the decisions that are being made by the governance structure. So it's about participation of stakeholders in the governance structures that are in place. So just further on the principle of cooperative governance, when one looks at the White Paper, it further prescribed that to make cooperative governance work, there must be certain structures that are established at both the systemic level and the institutional level. At the systemic level, it is the Council on Higher Education, which provides independent strategic advice to the Minister on matters relating to the transformation and the development of higher education, and to also manage quality assurance and quality promotion in the sector. Institutionally, the White Paper introduced a new structure, which is the institutional forums, and these were given a responsibility to advise the council on issues affecting the institution, and that's particularly on issues relating to transformation. So once again, just to give an overview of higher education, of governance at the system level, you've got the ministry, which sets policy and identify national objectives. It determines and ensures accountability for funding. It oversees compliance with governance requirements and also work with higher education institutions to resolve governance issues where they arise. Then there's the Council on Higher Education, as I've indicated in the previous slide. It advises the Minister on higher education matters, but also has the responsibility for quality assurance and quality promotion in the sector. And lastly, just to talk to the role of the Auditor General. So because our higher education institutions receive money from the public purse in terms of the Public Audit Act of 2004, the AG may audit and report on accounts of any institution, of any entity that receives money from the public purse. And institution and our higher education institutions receive money, so they may be audited by the Auditor General. However, the Auditor General has opted not to audit higher education institutions, but requires that external auditors of higher education institutions report in their audit reports, looking at financial statements, report on predetermined objectives and compliance with laws and regulations. So although they do not audit, they make certain requirements with regards to how institutions are to be audited. Now, looking at the institutional arrangements, Section 26 of the Act requires that every public higher education institution must establish the following structures and offices. There must be a council, a senate, a principal or vice chancellor, a vice principal or DVCs, an SRC, an institutional forum, and such other structures and offices as may be determined by the institutional statute. So once again, you look at all the structures. Council is responsible for the governance of the institution. As a matter of fact, the white paper states that councils are the highest decision-making bodies of public institutions, and they are responsible for good order and governance of the institution. They are responsible for the mission of that institution, the financial policies, the performance, its quality and reputation. So overall, the governance of the institution rests upon the council. Then you've got the Senate, which in terms of the Act is accountable to the council for the academic and research methods and research functions of the institution, and must perform those functions as may be delegated or assigned by the council of the institution. Then you've got the Vice Chancellor, who's the principal and is responsible for the management and administration of the institution, being supported by the members of the executive committee. I've spoken to the institutional forum that it is to advise the council on issues affecting the institution, and Section 31 of the Act draws or brings out 5 issues that institutional forums should advise on. The Act provides that the structures can establish committees and joint committees where required. So again, just to emphasize, in line with international practice, our higher education system or the governance of our universities takes the form of a bicameral system in which the primary accountability is shared amongst the members of council as trustees acting in the best interest of the public interest, and academic matters are entrusted upon the Senate. And you can see that the work of these two structures are underpinned by the dual principle of academic freedom and institutional autonomy. So the Act prescribes that councils must be made up of a maximum of 30 members, and at least 60% of those must be people from outside the institution. So in terms of what the Act prescribes, the Vice Chancellor, the Vice Principals or DVCs, members of Senate elected by the Senate, academic employees, SRC, other employees, employees other than academic employees must be members of council. And then also the Act prescribes that the minister must appoint not more than 5 to every council of a public higher education institution. And the other members must be determined by the institutional statute, which means that is left to the discretion of the council. The council is chaired by an external member, again, that is prescribed in the Act. When you look at Senate consists largely of academic employees, mainly professors, and there is no limit prescribed as to its size or the ratios or whatever. The Act further prescribes that the Senate must be chaired by the Vice Chancellor and principal of the institution, and that internal stakeholders like support staff, members of the SRC, members of the council must also be part of the Senate or be represented in the Senate, on the Senate, sorry. Next slide, sorry, struggling with. So looking at the composition of councils, this is drawn from the various statutes of the from the various institutional statute, just to show you how they are composed or configured. So in terms of the size, if one looks at our 26 public universities, they range from 21 members to 30, and 30, remember, is the maximum prescribed size. So in terms of those that are not prescribed in terms of the Act, if you look at the external members, the Act only prescribes the ministerial appointees, and the rest must be determined by the institutional statutes. So all the statutes, or most of them, provide for members of the convocation to be presented on the council. And you can see that the numbers do vary across the institutions from 1 to 4. Ministerial appointees, this is in terms of the Act, minister appoints up to 5, and it's all the statutes provide for 5 ministerial appointees. The statutes also make provision for people who are appointed in terms of skills or competences in the various areas that are required for council to be able to exercise its duties. And again, the numbers vary from, I think, 3 to 13. Donors are also represented in some of the councils. We also see that there are some statutes which make provision for local government or provincial government to be represented. So in the case of provincial government is where the statute will make provision for the premier of the province to appoint a person to the council. Also, the community, some statutes make provision for the community, for community representatives to be on their councils. Others, labor, representative of labor or people coming from structures like NEDLAC, some from the business community and so forth. Some institutions also have foundations or trust, and they make provision for the trust to elect somebody to elect the representative. So this is how our councils are configured, and one can see that they really, they are quite different, and you can see that they are. The smallest is 21, and the largest is 30. And there's been arguments that sometimes larger councils are prone to factionalism, to problems, and it also can create a difficult environment for the council to have strategic debates when you've got such large councils. And there's been talks about looking at the sizes of our councils and how they can be reduced. But the fact is, the Act is very flexible to allow institutions to change, and hence you see some have reduced them up to 21. However, how you configure them will be based on how you play around with the internal members. So this again excludes co-opted members. Councils can co-opt members to assist, particularly in the work of committees. So again, looking at how our councils are composed, you've got a large part of the council coming from outside, and this is to enable various skills or I mean, from a range of fields and sectors to be on the council, so that council can be equipped to make the decisions that it's supposed to make. Then you also have internal members, and this is to enable the participation of those who have the knowledge and the understanding of the university's work and culture. So you can imagine that if you just had the council consist of external members, then you don't have an internal voice. And all these people coming from outside don't really understand or have the knowledge of the culture and the workings of the institution. So the external and the internal membership, therefore, ensures that you bring both the external voice and also the internal voice in the decision-making framework. So, okay. So again, as I indicated, the responsibility to govern universities is upon the council. The responsibility to manage the universities upon the vice-chancellor with the executive management team. The Act makes provision that where there is failures, particularly in the council exercising its fiduciary duty, the minister can intervene. But that intervention can only be done under extreme circumstances, and that must be done after following due process. So this is based on what I'm going to talk about now is found in Chapter 6 of the Higher Education Act, which provides the ways in which the minister can intervene. And that is, minister can issue a directive to an institution, can appoint an independent assessor, and can also appoint an administrator. So in the case of a directive, is where minister has reasonable grounds to believe that the council or the management is involved in financial impropriety, or the public higher education institution is being mismanaged, or the council or the management are unable to perform their functions effectively. And the directive must state what the deficiency is, what the negative impact is on the institution, what steps need to be taken to remedy the situation, and those steps must be taken within a period of time, and how the institution or the council is to report to the minister. So that is what a directive does. So a directive is simply to say, I've noted these problems, I want them addressed within this period, and this is how I want you to report. If the council fails to comply with that directive, or the issues or those deficiencies are not addressed, the minister can appoint an assessor or an administrator, or any other action as permitted by law, depending on the circumstances. So in the case of an independent assessor, an assessor conducts an investigation, report to the minister on the findings, and must provide also recommendations on how those issues are to be addressed. In the case of an administrator, so an administrator is literally the ultimate intervention. This is where an audit of the financial records of an institution, or a report of an independent assessor, or any other report reveals serious maladministration, that undermines the effective functioning of the institution, or it could be in the case where the council has failed to comply with the directive, as I've already indicated, or in the case where council resigns, and that is where 75% of the members resign, or there's been cases, or in the case where council decides we cannot do this anymore, we have failed, minister, please appoint an assessor. An administrator. So an administrator is appointed to take over the functions of council, and in some cases can also take over and execute the management of the institution, and must also initiate processes to restore governance and management. As I said, the administrator is appointed as the ultimate form of intervention. So one would imagine in some cases is where governance has collapsed. So the administrator must address those things and ensure that governance is restored, and must also constitute a new council in terms of the statute. So these are the three ways in which the minister intervenes in the affairs of higher education institutions, besides in engagements with various councils where matters arise. So basically, okay. So looking at the interventions over the years since the promulgation of the Higher Education Act in 1997, there's been about 20 independent assessors that have been appointed to higher education institutions. And you can see that some institutions have been a subject of one or more independent assessments. So if you look at MUT, when it was still Mangosuthu Technikon in 1999, the former minister, or the then minister, Prof. Kade Asmal, appointed an assessor. Again, in 2008, it was a subject of an independent assessor. In 2018, the council actually requested the minister to appoint an assessor. Again, 2020, we had a situation that arose at the institution which necessitated the appointment of an independent assessor. So it has been a subject of 4 independent assessments, and has been also a subject of 2 administrations. Again, the University of Fort Hare as well has been a subject of 2 independent assessments in 1999 and again in 2019. VUT is another one which has also been a subject of several independent assessments. And this just indicates that really, the problem that is there, that sometimes, the impact of these intervention strategies, that you have the intervention and then few years down the line, the institution seems to regress and circumstances arise that necessitate further or another intervention. So this really tells us that there's been a problem. So in terms of what these assessor reports are saying, this is not an exhaustive list. I can think we have about 5-6 slides of outlining these factors, but we just thought to just summarize them in one slide. So what the assessors will find is that in many cases, it is the inability of councils and sometimes the failure of the chairperson or the deputy chair of council to provide strategic leadership and direction, resulting in the abdication of its responsibilities to the vice chancellor and or management. Issues of role confusion and contestation, where it appears that council sometimes cannot draw a line between its role to govern and the role of the vice chancellor to manage the institution, where you find constant interference in the work of management or in the operational matters, or even sometimes the failure of councils to focus on the strategic matters, but you find that they are dealing mostly with operational issues. Fraud relationships between council actually in the main it will be council chair and the vice chancellor. This is an example. I mean, MUT is an example of this. The recent independent assessment was as a result of something like this, of a conflict between the council chair and the VC, which ended up, just throwing the whole institution into turmoil. The inability of council members nominated by internal and sometimes external constituencies to distinguish between the interests of their constituencies and that of the institution. And this is, actually becoming a serious problem, where now we even hear of the concept of co-management and co-governance as opposed to cooperative governance, where now is we are co-governing, and it's no longer about the participation of stakeholders in the governance structures as provided for in the legislation or the policy framework. Unacceptable and counterproductive conduct by members of council. I mean, this ranges from interference in administration for people to advance their own personal interests, promoting factionalism in council, disclosure of confidential information. I mean, we've seen this now, particularly in the institutions where there's been interventions where no document is confidential anymore, where a minister writes a letter to a council, as soon as it reaches the institution, you're seeing headlines in 3 hours, and information is no longer confidential. Where you're finding even minutes of council that are supposed to be confidential being reported in the media, and so confidential information being leaked. Lastly is the non-adherence to governance practices, to good governance practices, to institutional rules and procedures. Again, members fail to disclose where there's conflict of interest, decisions taken in non-correct meetings, frequent revisiting of council decisions, overturning council decisions by the chair after meetings. I mean, the list goes on. Excessive council meetings, exorbitant rates sometimes for council members. And sometimes we've had situations where, outside of good governance practice, you've got some institutions paying honoraria honoraria to even internal members, whereas it's, the expectation is that the honoraria is paid to external members. Lastly, the absence of trust and integrity within the council is one of the things that is now causing problems, where you question sometimes the conduct of council members, and sometimes the devastating effect ultimately to the institution can be dire out of these things. So this brings me to the end of my overview on the governance arrangements of higher education in South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fukea. Very insightful, very learningful. I've learned a lot already this morning, and we only just got started. There's a long list of worrisome behavior. Thank you very much for being so open and honest about it, and showing us how the governance structures are organized in South Africa, what is possible to intervene, who can do that, how we can prevent even worse scenarios. And I see also in the audience that it raises a lot of questions and ideas, especially on the Miro board. There's a lot of activity in the Miro board. But please allow us to have 1 or 2 questions from the audience. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to reflect or ask a question? Otherwise, we ask our colleagues I will ask my colleague Huba to take us a little bit deeper into what is going on the Miro board. So is there anyone with a question in the audience? Please raise your hand. Yes, Anarchy Erasmus, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, thank you very much. That was a very insightful presentation. I'm from Regenesis Business School. We're a private higher education institution, and thanks to Dr. Isak for including us in this dialogue this morning. It may sound to the private sector that I'm going to state the obvious, but we are surrounded by colleagues from other aspects and spheres of higher education. So I wanted to just maybe mention that obviously the governance, management, and leadership structures in the private higher education sector work slightly different, although we are informed by the white papers and we obviously take cognizance of what's going on legislatively in the higher education space. I just thought it's worthwhile if I just drop this little note as part of our discussion. Just for the sake of the colleagues who just maybe perceive higher education from a public perspective. I've worked in both sectors in higher education over the last, what is it now, 30 years? Yeah, 30 years, it may be more. So I thought it's useful if we just sort of bring in that perspective. There's obviously lessons that either sector can learn from the other. But as I said, since we're surrounded by a wide scope of people this morning, I thought it would be useful to just bring to the attention of the audience. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much for your additional remark. And I think that makes sense. Also in the Netherlands, we have public and private institutions, and the way we approach them is slightly different. So good to keep that in mind. Dr. Fouquet, would you like to reflect on this?
Yeah, the comment is noted, and indeed it is. We presented obviously from the public. I mean, focusing on the public because that is the work that we do. But it was nice to hear the perspective of the private higher education sector in this regard, and to know that, as much as the governance arrangements may be different, they are somehow, guided by the white paper and so forth. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fouquet. Looking at the time, I think we have to continue to the next speaker. Please note all your questions in the chat and also post them on the Miro board, because we will answer all the questions that are posed there. If it's not during the policy dialogue, then we will answer them by email. A slight note, this policy dialogue is being recorded, so be aware that you will be able to watch it afterwards as well. And all the presentations that are shared today will be shared afterwards as well. This brings me to the next speaker. We have set the tone for the South African partners. So let's hear a little bit more about the Dutch perspective. How is leadership and governance organized from the government in the Netherlands? And I would like to invite Dr. Rianne Hermans, who is a policy officer at the Ministry of Education, Culture and Science in the Netherlands. Rianne, please go ahead. We can see your presentation, but you are muted at the moment, so please unmute yourself.
Okay, that's I was already starting my presentation, so thanks for the reminder. Thank you.
You're muted again, sorry.
I'm just going to try once more. And if not, I'm going to take off my earplugs, probably. This is probably better, right? Yeah.
Loud and clear.
Yes, okay. So third time then. Thank you, Berto. Thank you, all of you, for having me this morning on this occasion. I'm just going to give a brief overview of some of the policies and initiatives that we have in the Netherlands about governance and leadership. It's going to be a slightly technical overview, but I'm afraid it's not going to be as beautifully detailed as the presentation of Dr. Bukea just now. I'm just gonna, after this overview, I'm just gonna end with maybe a bit of food for discussion on the relation between government and institutions, on the relation between government, institutions, and society. Well, I hope that gives you a bit of food for thought for later in this discussion, but we'll get to that later on. Just to continue then, to give you some key characteristics of our system. As you are probably aware, we have a binary system. There's a fairly long tradition of a distinction between research-oriented education and higher professional educations. We have several institutions of higher education, publicly funded. We have 36 universities of applied science. We call them hogescholen in the Netherlands. And there's 15 research universities. And then there's 4 denominational universities, that is, universities with a religious or worldview orientation. And then, very importantly, we were just reminded of that, there's the private sector. We have about 65 private institutions with accredited programs. So we do not provide the funding, of course, for these institutions, but they are subjected to a series of laws. In most cases, not as many as the public institutions. Then to go to the participation in higher education, I think there's much to say about that, and I'm very well aware of the fact that in most of the things I'm going to say, there's plenty of discussion possible. So I hope you forgive me for going a bit quickly on this, but student numbers have grown significantly over the last couple of decades. We have about 467,000 students registered at the universities of applied science, and about 350,000 students registered at research universities. And I've just put the numbers for 1975 there to see how much the higher education sector in the Netherlands has grown over the past decades. And that brings me actually to my second point here in the governance of this system, of this growing system of higher education, is, I think, since the late 1980s, a system of self-regulations. So, of course, this was a time in which self-regulations all over the world, in any case all over Europe, became in the public sector became relevant everywhere, I should say. But in terms of higher education, you could see that it was also almost necessary with these growing numbers of students already in the 1980s. This strict system that we had in place before of central planning of all the subjects and all the course matter and all the end terms that were related to that, that was just no longer possible. So since the late 1980s, we have a new framework, a new steering philosophy, you can say, in which autonomy is the main characteristic. So the national government sets the legal framework, but higher education institutions are responsible themselves for the quality of the education, for the research, and for valorization. That is the distribution of knowledge into the rest of society. And I think in the Netherlands, that some of the Dutch participants may be aware of this, but there's a fairly famous white paper already from 1985. It's called the HOAC paper, Hoger Onderwijs, Autonomie en Kwaliteit, or Higher Education, Autonomy and Quality. And that sets out these new steering philosophies. So as a counterbalance, we saw this before in the presentation on South Africa, as a counterbalance to this greater autonomy of higher education institutions, there was also a greater accountability. So there was a new system, you can say, of retrospective quality control instead of planning and governing beforehand. As I said, I'm going a bit quick and not quite as detailed, I'm afraid, as the speaker before me, but we'll go ahead. Let's see, autonomy, what does that mean? It's a bit of, we'll get to the discussion later, but I assume that many of you will know that what it means to be autonomous as a higher education institution is a bit of a matter of debate, actually. But in the Netherlands, I've set out some of the frameworks that we have for that. So higher education institutions are have the autonomy to program their own content, their own programs, choose their methods, choose what they teach students, choose the research they do. So that's, I think, up to the institutions themselves. It's a very big part, of course, of academic freedom as well. But there are some legal frameworks to go with that. And one of the key characteristics of our system is that we have a relatively open system of admissions. So as long as you have the correct education, the correct secondary educations, you are relatively free to go to the institution you want to as a student. So there's only capacity constrained programs in some fields, and they are always applied to rules. So that means that there are relatively limited options for institutions to select the students they want in their programs. If you want to start a new program, that requires government consent, so institutions cannot do that themselves. And there's, of course, accreditation on a program level, that is. Then financial autonomy. In general, institutions receive one central budget. So there are no restrictions in allocation, and we call that, of course, the lump sum. It's quite a famous word in Dutch higher education as well. Institutions own their own buildings, but we have regulations on what they can charge students. Those student fees are regulated for Dutch and EER students in specific. And then staffing, of course, there's autonomy to set the salaries, to recruit, to dismiss, and to promote staff, but national employment and labor laws apply. And they can be, well, there's quite a few of them in the Netherlands, as you might know, so that is, of course, again, somewhat a restriction of that autonomy. Then I'm going to give you a quick glimpse into what governance on a university or a hogeschool level looks like. And the law has appointed responsibilities to several institutions within the academic institution. And in general, this is sort of the scheme that we have for that. And I think if you go look at the specific institutions, it can get a bit more complicated quite quickly. So I'm just going to go briefly over the main boards that we see here. So there's the executive board that the law gives the responsibility actually of the management and the administration of the university as a whole. It has also the budget responsibility, and it forms the legal representation of the institution as a whole. The supervisory board is mandatory as well to oversee the executive boards and also to appoint members there. Then, very importantly, the responsibility for the quality of the education and research is very often in the hands of the deans. So that's the dean of a faculty or of an institute. And for research universities, this is actually made so by law. In many of the hogescholen, many of the research of the universities of applied science, this is actually a decision of the executive board to appoint it to the deans. But you can see there is a sort of, double responsibility in terms of financial responsibility in the hands of the executive board, but then responsibility for education, for the content of what we teach students, of what research is being conducted, that is in the hand of the dean. Well, this makes it, I think this has been described by some as a government jungle, and you can see what the possible tensions are maybe between these double layers. As I pointed out in this slide as well, there's also a very important role for the representative councils consisting of students or employees, both on the level of the whole university, the whole institution, as well as on the level of the faculties or institutes below this, this level. And to make it even more complicated, I didn't put it on this slide, but there's, for each program, there is a representative council as well. So these councils, they advise on matters of personnel, on matters of budget, and sometimes on content matters as well. But in some cases, the law has also provided for them to co-decide on it. So they actually need the executive board, for example, needs the permission or the agreement of the representative council for a number of things. Well, I think it's a bit too much to go into detail about this, but this is a very balanced system, but at the same time, you can see as I said, the possible tensions also between these different layers of governance. Just to continue, I'm zooming in now a bit on our own role as national governments. So what do you do in this system of autonomy? What is the role for the national governments? I think traditionally for a long time, we've had three main objectives for higher education policy. We have objectives on the quality of the system as a whole, on the effectiveness of the system as a whole. You could also say the performance of the system as a whole, and then on the accessibility of the system as a whole. This is often described in Dutch education policy as a sort of trilemma, because you can see that these goals can exist next to each other, and very often they do, but sometimes there are tensions between them as well. So if you, for example, put a lot of pressure on institutions and students to be more effective, to be more successful in their studies, to study quicker, then that can have negative effects on the quality or even on the accessibility of your system. On the other hand, if you have a very, very open system, accessible to students from, well, let's say from all layers, with all backgrounds, from have very limited possibilities to select, then there will be a great many students, and that can be, that can be a strain on the effectiveness or maybe even on the quality. Not necessarily so, but there's a potential for some tension there. Well, to zoom in a bit further, I myself work on quality and quality assurance, so I've zoomed in on some of the sub-goals that we have on the matter of quality. So quality in higher education, what do we do as a government? So one thing is very clearly, we just enable institutions to provide just that. Quality in education, quality in research. So there's very importantly the funding. I just mentioned this financial autonomy, but there's also laws and regulations in place for that. We have the Higher Education and Research Act, the WHB, that sort of supervises that. This is, I'd say, the sort of government at a distance. This is just enabling institutions to provide quality. Then on the other hand, there's maybe two roles then in which the government is a bit more active. One very important thing, of course, is guaranteeing or safeguarding the quality of education. We do that with accreditation, with supervision, but also this is done within the institution. And of course, next to this safeguarding role, there's also a more active role in stimulating, enhancing the quality of education. I will zoom into this a little bit further in my next slide. So I'll leave it with this. So then again, I said I just mentioned these two sub goals of within our quality policy. I think one of the things to mention is that in the Netherlands, we have, if I zoom into this guaranteeing and safeguarding the quality of education, if I zoom into accreditation and quality assurance, I think what is very specific for the Dutch system is that we have, on the one hand, the accreditation organization. The quality of the individual programs is safeguarded there. We have an organization for that we share with Flanders, actually. And well, they have six-year cycles in which they visit every academic program or every professional program in the Netherlands. This is just for the quality of the individual programs. Then there is the Inspectorate of Education. This is specific for the Netherlands. This has a bigger role in the other education sectors, like the primary or the secondary education sector. But in higher education, they supervise if institutions comply with the laws, and they supervise the finances or the financial, the financial health of the institutions. The Inspector of Education can also do research or even impose fines if there's no compliance with the rules or if there's something wrong with the finances. Then to just go briefly to the other part of this scheme, the more stimulating, the enhancing part of our policies. On the one hand, we do that as a government by agreements that we have with the sector. So we have, for example, we had for a long time performance agreements. I'm sure that some of the Dutch participants here are still aware of them. That was part of the budget was actually attached to the performance of specific institutions. But we also have quality agreements in which institutions set their own goals. And we have quality agreements to stimulate that. And for example, there were also the recovery funds and agreements that we had with institutions surrounding COVID-19 and the recovery from that. Then again, there's also grants and subsidies. We have grants for excellent teachers, for example. There is educational research. There's an institute for that, and we promote innovative research, evidence-informed education as a sort of standard, and also to implement this in institutions. There are specific innovation programs. So I think I get to the more maybe to the discussion part of my short presentation. I think one of the main questions always is, and maybe at this moment in particular, is why intervene? Because as you just saw, we have a strong tradition of autonomous institutions. So what then is the role of the government? If we, in the law, for example, it says that institutions are responsible for all of the things that I just mentioned, but the Minister of Education, Culture and Science holds overall responsibility. Well, what does that mean? And does it still mean the same thing in light of changing societal, educational circumstances? As I said, the white paper, the HOAC Nota, is from 1985. That's quite some time ago. And some have argued that that was a time in which the Dutch system was a relatively closed system. We had a relatively stable stream of students coming in, related to the demography, of course, of our country. But at this moment, of course, we live in a globalized world. Berto already mentioned it in his introduction, and that brings new challenges. And does that make for the government, or is there a need for the government to intervene more often or in a different way? just to give you one thing that we, as a department, we think about this a lot. I assume that goes for some of the other participants here as well. But in the strategic agenda in 2019, we tried to sort of summarize what we think is the role of the government. So the government, the role of the minister and of the ministry is that it should support, facilitate, coordinate, supplement initiatives that are primarily taken by institutions themselves. So that's the first role of the government. The institutions take initiatives, and we, as a government, are sort of in second place to see if we can add something to that, if it needs funds, or if we can support that in any way. But a more active involvement can also be required, necessary even, if there is an exclusive authority or if the government is in the unique position to act. So, for example, when there's a quality issue or the finances of an institution are at stake, there is a very direct reason to intervene. And there was just this instrument of issuing directives that we can do that as well, very limitedly. Or we could, for example, the Inspectorate of Education could research this issue, could even impose fines or anything. So there's a very clear reason for the government to act, for example, because student needs are at stake, or students are at risk of not graduating or anything like that. It becomes a bit more fussy, I should say, when you look at the other two things that we wrote it down as reasons for the government to intervene. The one thing is that as a government, we can intervene when institutions are not willing to or capable of taking collective actions. Because, for example, societal demands and interests do not match their own collective demands and interests. So there are certain types of prisoners' dilemmas that, as much as institutions might be willing to solve themselves, they are not in the position to do so. And you might have heard about the policy initiatives of the last couple of months. They've caused quite a bit of stir, I think, on protecting, for example, Dutch as a national language. We saw that for the individual institution, it is very, very attractive to teach in English and to attract lots of international students with that. And we, as a government, of course, applaud internationalization, but this can have the effect that it is really difficult in some fields to study a bachelor in your own native language, in Dutch. This, of course, also presents problems for the connection to the wider society. So there were some policies in place to protect, or proposed, I should say, to protect Dutch as a teaching language. And this is one of the things that there's been a government policy because there's societal demands and interests, also a political question, I must say. And it might not be the same interests as the institutions have. And a third reason to intervene, and I'm quickly going to stop after that, I think, is a reason to intervene is when extra effort or funds are needed to achieve goals or resolve societal challenges. You can think about climate change, for example, that can be very specific, related to schools as well, to make schools adaptive to climate change, for example. In some cases, it turns out that they cannot do that themselves. But you can also think of other things that need acceleration, actually, and need government initiative to bring people together or to step in. I think this was my last slide, actually. I hope you have a fruitful discussion. I think these reasons to intervene or not intervene as a government have very maybe some relevant links to topics that you will discuss later on. I think globalization, international collaboration, but also the challenges and the risks that go along with that presents, a very interesting topic for policymakers as well. So I was really happy to be part of your discussion so far. And well, if there are any questions, then I look forward to them.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hermans, for your insightful presentation, in which you outlined some of the dilemmas, even trilemmas in some occasions. I see some clear similarities with the South African approach, but also some clear distinctions and differences. So I think this really sets the tone to explore a bit further alongside our dialogue what this means for the different settings. Thank you very much. I do think we have to make space for one question from the audience. There's also one remark in the chat, but I would like to allow one person to pose a question. If not, we continue with the next speaker. Is there anyone with a remark or a question for Dr. Hermans? Aida, here you have a question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Berto. I mean, I see more differences in terms of approach, in terms of how the Dutch counterpart does it. But what I was really interested in was the whole, you were talking around the institutional autonomy that's been quite concrete from 1985. So I just want to know, before that period, were you similar to us, that you were more regulated also, or has it always just been like that? Yeah.
Dr. Hermans, did you hear the question?
Yeah, I did, and I'm afraid I'm not sure if I'm 100% updated on the history of our field. But what I do know is that we had much more regulated policies before that, and we have some older colleagues. Just to give you a personal example, some older colleagues that still remember like closets and closets filled with the requirements for each specific study program, the exams that had to be taken, the skills that were expected from these programs. So you can imagine that once these programs grew in number, and also most particularly actually the students grew in number, this was sort of not manageable anymore. So this changing steering philosophy was, on the one hand, I think, a sign of the times, that it was a time of deregulation, and maybe we're at the end of that now. That's part of another discussion. But it was also a sort of necessity because we had hundreds of people working here in a sort of, So I think if I compare it with the things you just, we had a more regulated system, much more regulated system than the one you have in South Africa now. Mostly because we were so we were interfering with or we were let's say we were also in charge of or officially in charge at least of the different study fields as well.
Thank you very much for your clarification. And I think that should have been very exciting times for many people in the education sector. Scary, maybe, for the government, because they had to let go a lot of regulations. But seeing it working out nicely in practice, I think is really great to explore, and giving people some space in that sense gave a lot of good quality for the system. I see some more questions in the chat. Maybe you have some time to answer them, Dr. Hermans. Otherwise, we can share the answers via email afterwards. But I think it's time to go to the next speaker. So thank you very much for your contribution. And then
You're welcome.
Thank you. And then we continue to our next speaker, who is actually one of the people I really admire in all her work. She has won a lot of prizes recently for her work as well. So I would really like to welcome Prof. Thuli Madonsela. She is a social justice chair at the University of Stellenbosch, and she will take us a little bit deeper into a broader perspective on leadership and governance. We're a little bit behind schedule, but Prof. Madonsela, please feel free to take us into the deep from your side. You can open up your microphone and camera now. Thank you.
Thank you, dear colleagues, for such a privilege to attend this extraordinary gathering with amazing insights from colleagues. I bring you greetings from the Center for Social Justice at Stellenbosch University and wish to share some thoughts on governance and leadership for justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. And I do feel that that is going to fit very neatly with what colleagues have discussed about what's going wrong in higher education. Sorry, I'm trying to share. I don't want to leave. I want to share. Oh, good. Yeah, this. Now, got it. Right. I don't know what has happened to my document. Just bear with me for a minute. The thoughts I'm going to share with you come from the fact that we at the center share your concerns about the governance of higher education and also about what could be done to improve governance at higher education, yet at the same time make sure that that governance is not improved for its own sake. It is improved in such a way that it achieves a more stable society. And it is our understanding that a more stable society is one that works for all the people within that society. I hope you can see that now.
We can see your presentation. Yes, now it's in presenter mode. Thank you.
Thank you. As you can see in my presentation, I have a lighthouse. And the idea of a lighthouse is it's much easier to go towards your destination when you know where you're going and there's some guidance that helps you to go in the right direction. So this conference, as I've indicated, it's aligned to the work we're doing at the Center for Social Justice, where we are a platform that undertakes research, innovative policy design tools, and training, as well as stakeholder management to promote social justice, scholarship, and consciousness in public policy design skills and collaboration in academia, society, etc., to accelerate social justice reform. We move from the premise that as long as there's injustice somewhere, there cannot be sustainable peace anywhere. And I like, therefore, the request that I should speak on justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion, because at Stellenbosch University, we believe, as ancient societies did, that if you want peace, you must invest in justice. That the greatest destabilizer of communities is injustice, and the greatest source of conflict between communities has always been injustice. We also believe that, as Mandela said, education is a powerful weapon that you can use to change the world. And it's not just by educating people in skills and knowledge on how to produce things that society needs in order to survive. But the greatest transformative potency of education is how it cleanses the mind. It shapes how people view fellow humans and how people are able to be human together with others. It's really, education can be an extremely effective instrument for fostering a sense of shared humanity within societies and between societies. And the Bantu communities of Southern Africa, of Africa, knew this and raised people accordingly. Hellenic societies that interacted immensely with African societies also believed in shaping people's thoughts about their rights, their place in society, and how to conduct themselves in a way that appreciates shared humanity and fosters common good and common well-being. This conference takes place at a time of extreme volatility in society. We're not the first to have a volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous context within which to operate. I think a century ago, around 1919, when the Treaty of Versailles was entered into, they just had the First World War. And it was an extremely volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous environment. And we didn't even have the kind of tools that we have, such as data science and climate science, that can help us predict some of the volatility in an environment. So it's not really true that we are the only ones who are living in a VUCA environment, but we are living in extreme VUCA. And our institutions of higher education are functioning within that VUCA environment. And of course, then they need tools, leadership and governance tools to manage that environment. And in our view, at the Center for Social Justice and also at the Tuma Foundation, is that education requires purpose-driven governance and leadership to confront these challenges within institutions and within society. And this requires leaders who can anticipate the future and skillfully bend that future in line with government's responsibilities, commitments, and constitutional vision. I've already indicated that I think education has transformative potency on society, but what we also need to bear in mind is that the pathologies in our society also impact on our education institutions, because the institutions are sort of a microcosm of society, and the ills of society and the good in society are replicated in these institutions. For example, student fee and hunger challenges are a reflection of the persisting inequality in our society, primarily as a legacy of our extractive and unequal colonial and apartheid past. But also, these are part of the pathologies of policy design in society, policy design that is not fully attuned to the transformative constitutional blueprint we adopted in 1996 and the international obligations we acquired when we signed international instruments such as the Covenants on Social and Economic Rights, the Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and various human rights instruments within the African Union and SADC. So we can look at student challenges around fees and hunger as an institutional challenge in academic institutions, but it is a reflection of what's happening in society, the inequality and poverty in society replicating itself in institutions, because we are a system, and therefore the leadership to understand these challenges needs systems thinking. Another societal pathology that is coming to universities are the opportunity mafias. Some are called construction mafias because they started with hijacking construction events. I mean, the first time I heard about construction mafias, it was not at university. It was 7 years ago when I spoke at Tebe Investments event, when they spoke about when they started a development at a village, it gets hijacked very quickly and people stop the development because they want everyone to be accommodated. And of course, not everyone can be accommodated, but it speaks to the pathology of the fact that we have failed to reverse the underdevelopment of our villages. These villages were deliberately underdeveloped by government action, primarily since 1896, when Cecil John Rhodes passed the Glengrey Act, whose purposes were twofold. One, impoverish the Africans so that they would not compete with the farmers, with the white farmers. Two, impoverish them so that they could come to look for jobs in the cities in Johannesburg, Kimberley, etc. And also that they would go and look for jobs in white farms. And these people were very productive, and you can find this in the relevant parliamentary debates, and some of it is replicated in Professor Sampita Blanch's book on the history of inequality in South Africa from 1652 to 2002. So having impoverished this, okay, that is a 1896, the Glengrey Act. 1913, as people were still thriving despite not having land, as sharecroppers, they're doing very well, which is documented by Saul Plaatje in Native Life in South Africa. The government still decided to take away that so that they couldn't be sharecroppers, they would be demoted to a much lower level of functionality. But this actually destroyed not just, black farming. It destabilized the farming industry in this country. But this is not the platform for me to elaborate on that. I'm just elaborating on the fact that our rural areas were deliberately underdeveloped. And therefore, they bring with them the pathologies of that underdevelopment into the higher education institutions that exist within these rural areas. So what do we need going forward? We need to look at constitutional governance guardrails. In South African Police Service versus Bernard, versus Solidarity on behalf of Bernard, the Constitutional Court, represented by Deputy Chief Justice Moseneke, said the following, I quote, "Our Constitution has a transformative mission. It helps to have us reimagine power relations within society. In so many ways, it enjoins us to take active steps to achieve substantive equality, particularly for those who are disadvantaged by unfair discrimination." And I'm not standing here to suggest we haven't done anything. I am suggesting that we have failed to do it with systems thinking and deliberation and deliberate action to make sure that restitutive action covers all areas that were impacted by state-manufactured underdevelopment and inequality. So, what question should we ask ourselves? We have to ask ourselves, what is it that our Constitution and international normative standards, such as CEDAW, CRC, and CRPD, require us to do with regard to justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion? In making social justice real, a chapter that I wrote in a book on reflections on Law, Justice and Transformation, published by Stellenbosch University, I speak very broadly about the fact that we have one of the best constitutions in terms of architecture, with a very clear vision of society, very clear people entitlements, very clear character of the state's guidelines on the character of the state, and very clear division of labor within the principle of separation of powers, even including Chapter 9 institutions, and lastly, a polycentric accountability framework. So we're not short of constitutional guardrails. So what is our challenge? It's leadership and governance, which my colleagues have dealt with. Well, between the Social Justice Chair and the Tuma Foundation, we think that before you do anything, you've got to ground it in constitutional governance. In other words, ask yourself, what does the Constitution dictate you should do? What powers are you given? And what guardrails are those powers supposed to be exercised with them? Then picture the future, the immediate and long-term future, and what principles are going to govern what you do as a university or as a higher education institution. And what plan are you going to put in place that is attuned? Instead of randomly doing things wherever they're recommended by consultants or anybody you bump into, and then you end up with a whole lot of things that don't come together, like we had BEE borrowed from Malaysia, but without looking at the peculiarities of South Africa and the fact that South Africa is an outlier. There's no country where people were deliberately stopped from buying land, where people had their land taken away from them en masse, not once, several times. Job preservation. You don't get societies like that. You get society where there's been discrimination against other groups, but not in the manner done in this country. And therefore, you need to borrow from other countries, but not copy and paste. Your strategies should be attuned to the constitutional dictates and the unique realities of South Africa. But lastly, you need right people, and that's where leadership and governance comes into play. If you have you grounded in constitutionalism, particularly transformative constitutionalism, as Moseneke tells us that we have a constitution with a transformative mission, so which you can't use to cement the existing injustices and inequalities. You've got to use it to reimagine the power relations that existed in 1994. So you need to picture the new future then. Is the new future a future where those that Cecil John Rhodes and his successors condemned to being job seekers, the same future of being condemned as job seekers? Or are you going to create a socially just society where, as Bishop Tutu speaks, everyone has access to the full menu of rights that is provided by the Constitution in equality with others? No group is subjected to crumbs from the table of others. You need a different kind of justice consciousness. You need different skills. You need tools to do what you are supposed to do. So if we look at higher education, for example, higher education institutions are funded by the state. The organs of state is defined by the Constitution, and our colleague from the Department of Education also indicated that they also are PFMA institutions, although under the PFMA they currently excluded, but they are funded by the state, and therefore, in terms of what they do, what Moseneke says in Barnard applies to institutions of higher education, that they have to reimagine power relations within these institutions, but they should also operate as duty bearers that ensure that power relations in society are equalized, not just on the basis of race, on the basis of gender, disability, sexual orientation, and all other human forms of human diversity. So higher education institutions are duty bearers under Section 2 of the Constitution, which is the Bill of Rights. And key provisions in this regard are Section 7, which is the entrenchment of human rights, imposing a duty on organs of state to protect and promote the advancement of human rights, which means organs of state have a duty to ensure that all of the human rights, the full menu, not just part of those rights, are experienced by all. And then Section 9 says where there's inequality in these rights, organs of state must take measures to reduce such inequality. Section 29, the right to education, which is where we fit in now. Section 33, it says 3, it reminds us about ensuring that whatever is done within these higher education institutions in governance and in operations is aligned with Section 33, which is just administrative action. Section 195 gives us principles of public administration, which include equity, inclusiveness, efficiency, and responsiveness to people's needs, and including people, which means whatever we do, it's not just enough that we're doing good for the people, but it also must include doing good with the people, because the people know better in many circumstances or about what they need. And this includes students. Organizations such as NSFAS, for example, have no right to just decide, okay, now we're going to reduce student allowances. Now we're going to reduce accommodation without working with students to establish what is the condition within which you operate and will this work? And if it's not going to work, so how are we going to move forward? Yes, we've got resource constraints, but you can't use resource constraints to destabilize human beings, because you are required, according to the Constitutional Court, to operate on the basis of the Constitution, which includes being just. But as Mrs. Mkwanyane says, being just includes being anchored in the principles of Ubuntu. And therefore, within those principles is respect for human dignity, which is also a right and a value in its own right in the Constitution. Section 237 says we must put Constitution first. I go back again to NSFAS. Before you tell us that there isn't enough money for students to live decent life, the right to accommodation or to access to accommodation, which is a Section 26 right, and the right to education in Section 29. Tell us, what have you done to chop down some of the benefits of people within the state, including ministers? Tell us, what have you done with those things? If you haven't done that, how do you chop what is a fundamental need before you chop what is a nice to do? So again, it boils down to constitutional governance. It boils down to justice consciousness, which is justice beyond just us, where you don't just look at what's good for us, it's good for everyone. We talk about it's not one size fits all that creates a mess in the way we govern. It is our size fits all, where we think what fits people like me is going to fit everyone. So higher education institutions are further regulated by laws, policies such as white papers, and subsidiary instruments, which are supposed to be based on balancing academic freedom with constitutional obligations. I do want to applaud the Department of Higher Education. I do think that despite government's failure to implement Chapter 5 of the Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act, and therefore sabotaging South Africa's transformative project, the Higher Education Department has used its regulatory power to transform institutions of higher learning. I am at Stellenbosch University, I suspect primarily because of what the Department of Higher Education has done in pushing these institutions to transform, to ensure that they are more just, they are more equitable, they reflect the diversity of our society and inclusion. And this has also included the issue of language, because for me, as a Zulu Swati speaker, English is my third language. In fact, it's my fourth language. After Zulu Swazi, I speak Sotho before I go to English. So Afrikaans would be a fifth language, which means I would not be able to teach at Stellenbosch University if these institutions had not been forced to think about justice as justice for all, as opposed to justice as just us. And these institutions are also governed by laws such as PAJA, Promotion of Administrative Justice Act, ethical requirements, which the colleague spoke about, which include avoiding conflict of interest, but they also governed by the requirement to consciously advance social justice. So what is social justice? Social justice is justice that refers to a state of equal enjoyment of all rights and freedoms reflected in just, equitable, and fair distribution of all opportunities, resources, benefits, privileges, and burdens in society and between societies. This is a definition we've been using at the Center for Social Justice since 2018. And our definition is based on the conceptual plasticity of the concept of social justice, since it was coined between 1840 and 1848, initially coined by Italian Jesuit philosopher Luigi Taparelli, who wrote between 1840 and 1843, and then expanded and brought into the realm of law and constitutionalism by Antonio Rosmini, also an Italian Jesuit scholar. But since then, it's been developed and with additional elements. So at that stage, it was about fairness in the way the fruits of the Industrial Revolution and mass agriculture were being distributed. So it was mostly about economic parity, but it has been developed to center it back into justice, as Plato was talking about justice being fairness to all groups in society, although he didn't call it social justice, but at the end of the day, society being about social groups, or in society being a social group, so social justice is about how the fruits of living together are shared. And John Rawls talks about that very broadly, although his limits is that he doesn't deal with societies where there's been manufactured inequality. So, for example, his distributive model only accommodates the disparities that are caused by nature's arbitrariness, what he calls the lottery of life, where some are disabled, some are not, etc. So our concept of social justice has been shaped by jurisprudence from the Constitutional Court, particularly Grootboom, Van Heerden, and Makwanyane, and then international instruments such as ICET, which is the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, and the Copenhagen Declaration on Social Development. So firstly, then, institutions of higher education to do what we can call the JD, just make sure that you are just, equitable, diversity, inclusive. Firstly, you have to have the right concept of justice, which includes social justice. Secondly, guided by the UN 8 principles of governance. And the UN principles of governance, which at the core of which is good governance, is participatory, and that means inclusive of all groups in society. In other words, democratic. Secondly, consistent with the rule of law. Nobody's above the law. Thirdly, transparency. 4, responsiveness, and responsiveness would be the responsiveness to the needs and circumstances of diverse groups in society, not just this idea of the elites designing laws and policies where our size fits all, tailored for us, and then everyone else must fit in or fall by the wayside, which is what we saw happening with the design of regulations during COVID-19 in many countries. including ours. 5, consensus-oriented. 6, equitable and inclusive. That speaks for itself. 7, effective and efficient. And again, often governments, and we've seen that with our treasury, tend to just look at efficient use of resources without looking at all of these other principles. These principles are all equal. Efficiency is not the only principle. And 8, accountable. And when it comes to accountability, these universities and institutions of higher learning need to bring in communities around them, is what our Vice Chancellor, Professor Wim de Villiers, says. It's gown in town and gown. They need to bring in these communities to part of their eyes and ears to make sure that a safe space is created for universities and the communities feel that these universities are helping to advance these communities, to contribute to the sustainable development of these communities. And that partnership could create a huge support around social accountability, where communities hold government directly accountable using just civic engagement. But they could also hold these mafias accountable, because if you're working with the community and the community knows in what way are you being useful to it, it will be them that confront the mafias that want to decide who goes into council, who gets positions in universities, who
Prof. Madonsela, you are muted, unfortunately. Still muted.
Can't you unmute her?
No. Prof. Madonsela, your sound is still muted.
Have I been muted all the time?
No. Only the last half minutes. So we only missed your end of the presentation, I think.
Okay, let me just end it then properly. Okay, it's almost the end. Okay, thank you. Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear, loud and clear.
Okay, we are almost at the end. I will send you the presentation and just say at the end of it all, the principles are there, the UN governance principles, a great transformative constitution. What can we do then? Firstly, to improve governance within universities, but also to have the universities play a transformative role in society. I personally think that we can learn from apartheid in this country. In that, under apartheid, academic institutions played a major role in designing the unequal society we ended up becoming. And our Vice Chancellor, Wim de Villiers, reminds us regularly about the role that our own institution played. But under his leadership, he has then decided that this institution can play a central role in cultivating social justice consciousness and providing innovative, transformative policy design tools. And these measures that have come from the University of Stellenbosch include a restitutive statement. So that's leadership, because if we talk about leadership being influencing and inspiring yourself and others to think and act in a particular way in order to achieve a result, then by Stellenbosch University adopting a restitutive statement, it's leading other institutions to come up with restitutive statements. And that restitutive statement acknowledges what happened in the past and apologizes for the role the institution played, and then talks about the commitment of the university to play a central role in designing the society envisaged in the Constitution. Another thing that Stellenbosch University has come up with is a Musa plan for social justice, which invites the whole of civil society, particularly academic institutions, to be at the center of midwifery of the society envisaged in the Constitution and international instruments such as the Universal Declaration on Human Rights. And one of the tools that we've designed from this process is a tool called SIAM, Social Justice Impact Assessment Matrix, which can be used in determining how a planned policy, law, or program is likely to adversely impact some groups in society. So you simulate the application of the law you're planning, look at how it will impact on older persons, people with disabilities, non-nationals, people in different geographic spaces, racial disparities, gender disparities, age disparities, etc. And you harm certain groups in society in a simulated environment, and therefore you then adapt the policy so that when you go to market and implement your policy, it has been adapted. I must indicate, though, dear colleagues, that we did try to get a Dutch company to fund our translation of this policy into a data science policy. We didn't get the funding, but hopefully one of these days we're going to get funding, because the process also goes with, firstly, the policy design tool, but also tools, the skills to understand justice, the justice implications of anything you're planning. And that involves what we call serious gaming, designing games that policymakers and others can play to think carefully about the justice implications, diversity implications, equity implications of anything that they're planning. Because we found that, yes, there's corruption, yes, there's unethical conduct, but a lot of the devastating consequences on equality and injustice that underprivileged groups experience in society is not because of violence or corruption, it's because of impact unconsciousness. And therefore, we also, between Stellenbosch and the Tuma Foundation, we suggest a particular kind of leadership that will go with that. Ethical, always ask the question, is this the right thing to do? And this is where integrity comes into it, but also beyond anti-corruption, ensuring that dishonesty is not there, ensuring that there's no conflict of interest. You have to include in your ethics the ethic of justice. And justice includes fairness to all. 3, purpose-driven, always align everything to your purpose and to the constitutional dictates. Impact consciousness, an example is this SIAM policy impact simulation tool. Because as I've indicated, a lot of times it's not that we want to harm the poor or we want to harm people who are not like us. We just design based on our own experiences, and then we think our size fits all. And yet our size as the elite does not fit all. And in the SIAM process, we also include not just using data, disaggregated data to predict the future, also consult people. So it's got 9 principles that you must adhere to. The 9th principle is meaningful engagement with diverse communities. And again, if you're planning for policy in academic institutions, you'd have to consult the student community, but also the people out there that are potentially going to come to the university or to use the services of the university. We also encourage commitment, which is commitment of justice beyond just us. In the past, many of these universities were focusing on the interests of certain communities, business in South Africa, white community. The last part of commitment is about serving all. Why? Because as long as there's injustice somewhere, there can't be sustainable peace anyway. So what do we do then going forward? Place constitutional governance at the center, particularly the 3 goals of constitutional governance in South Africa: constitutional democratic governance, social justice, fundamental human rights. Rethink the purpose of higher education, governance and leadership, and putting governance and leadership at the center, and ensuring that within that we are grounded on Ubuntu, and being mindful of the need to be just, equitable, diversity inclusive, and diversity inclusive. 3, be guided by transformative constitutionalism, but learning from colonialism and apartheid on governing by purposeful design. So what I'm saying we learn from apartheid, it's not the wickedness of apartheid. That's not my term, it's Justice Chaskalson's term. It's how they aligned everything with their purpose. Their wicked purpose was achieved through the education system, the social system, the economic system, the agriculture system, the land system. There was systems thinking and design thinking in the way they did things. So institutions of higher education should design their own internal systems with a purpose in mind. And that purpose should be aligned to the Constitution and international conventions that are binding on us. 3, and 4, invest in people to break the challenge of lack of growth in our country. There's an African saying that if you want to be prosperous for a year, plant crops. If you want to be prosperous for 10 years, plant trees. If you want to be prosperous for 100 years and beyond, invest in people. And Rwanda is following that particular approach in its development. And you can see its growth path is very systems driven, very purpose driven, and anchored in investing in people. 5, embrace, and we are trying to do the same in South Africa. So when I'm saying, of course, Rwanda, I'm just saying, if we're looking at comparators, they seem to have been able to have a neat system better. And then embrace the principles of epic leadership, ethical, purpose-driven, impact-conscious, and committed to serve. Consider the use of the social justice impact assessment matrix, which leverages data analytics anchored in disaggregated data to prospectively assess the equality and poverty impact of planned laws, policies, and programs. Again, here you go beyond proficiency of policies, you look at unintended consequences, and everything that you have to do should be based on being conscious of justice, equity, and diversity and inclusion. But between South Africa and the Netherlands, it was said earlier that we share a history, and we share both a painful history and a good history. The painful history is during colonialism. The good history is when South Africa was involved in internal conflict, trying to reimagine itself as a country for all. And the Netherlands was one of those countries that were very helpful in supporting the process of reimagining the human relations in our society to ensure that we have sustainable peace by having justice. And therefore, we appreciate that from the Netherlands. In terms of what we can do together with the Netherlands academic institutions, I think we can look at sharing good practices on governance tools, because I think the constitutional guardrails are there, the international norms are there, and therefore we're not lacking normative standards. What we're lacking is the ability at times to translate these into everyday practices. So, for example, from the Netherlands as part of OECD, you've got RIATs, what we call regulatory impact assessment tools. We have SIAS here, but how do we standardize the implementation of SIAS, not just by government, but by academic institutions as well? How do we bring SIAM into the picture? And we also think that we can also use play tools or gaming as a way of improving justice consciousness. And we have done it here at Stellenbosch University with various role players. We think it makes a huge difference. And all of this needs to be anchored in SDGs. I know that the Netherlands is doing better in SDG compliance, and we're lagging a bit behind, not for lack of trying, but it's just a question of how do we pull everyone together, academic institutions and society together, particularly to make progress on SDG 10, equality, SDG 1, poverty, and SDG 16 on peace and justice. And in In all societies, we've learned that failure can be a great teacher for those who are willing to learn. And I think we're here together because we're willing to learn from each other. And thank you for the opportunity to be part of this classroom. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Maloncella, for putting an ethical perspective on leadership and governance. You've stressed a lot in your presentation, different powers at stake, doing good for the people or with the people, justice consciousness, justice for all of us, many things. And I think there's questions enough for the entire afternoon, but I will allow only one person a question, a burning question, I think. I see a hand from Vijay Naras. So go ahead with your question.
Well, my apologies. I think it was in error. Sorry.
No problem. Is there any question from somebody in the audience? Something to reflect on now? If not, then we continue with the next speaker. And in the meanwhile, while I give people the opportunity to raise their hands, I would like to really compliment you, Prof. Maloncella, also for the design of your PowerPoint presentation. Really beautiful, you made it. I see no hands, so...
I'm going to come in there, Bertie. You were supposed to also compliment the department for their beautiful presentation. Sorry, Prof. Maloncella, I just have to say that because my colleague worked very hard on it.
Yes.
No, but can I come in if nobody's going to answer? Prof. Maloncella, thank you so much for an insightful presentation that really goes into detail from a legislative perspective in terms of what we need to be doing as South Africa. So I'm putting on my policy hat and thinking around, I mean, I do understand that, you know, from a policy higher education, you're looking at it one way, and then you're talking about aspects of Ubuntu and how that needs to be integrated, right, in everything that we do. But there's this aspect that, whether we like it or not, there seems to be a moral decay within our society. And there is a mismatch in terms of, you know, the policies that we do come up with. They are very progressive, don't get me wrong, but in our implementation process, it does not really translate to what, you know, the spirit of Ubuntu, you know, let's help each other, let's grow together and so forth. For me, it's about how do we take a step back and bring back that education or that care that we had as individuals, as society, to work with one another, to improve our society, to improve our higher education and so forth. Thank you.
Wonderful. I'm very grateful for that question, Lizana. And indeed, I enjoyed the higher education presentation, both in terms of its substance. I just loved the substance and, of course, the aesthetics. Regarding the question you're raising, I'm grateful you've raised that in that a lot of people are saying we should get rid of life orientation. Because the presumption is, as Taylor presumed, who messed up our education system, by the way, is that people should be educated for industry too. But no other living species is educated purely for production. I go to the wild a lot of times, and I do know that elephants are educated to be elephants with other elephants. Ants are educated to be ants with other. So it's not just about how an ant looks for food. It's also about how the ant is part of the security system, how it is part of, how it interacts with others. And which takes me to our education system. You're right that there's moral decay. And people will argue that, oh, we are violent because we come from a violent past. That's not true. It's not entirely true because Rwanda comes from a violent past too. The difference between South Africa and Rwanda is that they had a deliberate approach to educate people about that violence, about where that violence came from, not just in higher education. So what it would mean here would be to have people from higher education go back to communities like CTA, like that CTA program that Americans have, to educate people about the values in the Constitution, about where to come from, and then bring in social psychologists and neuroscientists to deal with the traumas as well. But in Rwanda, they haven't even used neuroscientists and social psychologists. They just use the Kachacha methodology, where people come together in small villages to talk about what happened and reconcile. And I spoke to a rich person in South Africa, one of those who own the means of production in South Africa, and she said something remarkable to me when we walked the Pilgrimage of Hope, and they hosted us, and she said, what South Africans need to understand is the importance of repentance. What happened in this country was wrong, but repentance must have legs, hands, and feet. So on the one hand, we need repentance, but on the other hand, we need to acknowledge how our humanity has been disrupted by what has happened in this country, and reclaim our humanity, which is Ubuntu. And I think we can learn from Rwanda. We can learn from Sweden as well. I'm sorry, Holland, that I'm bringing Sweden to this discussion, but I went to Sweden once and I asked them, you're a country of Vikings. How is it that you became a peaceful society? And they said it didn't come naturally. They worked at it. For example, they would say in Parliament, civility is the requirement. In our case, in Parliament, people just insult each other, but people do what they do. I spoke about leadership. Leadership is not just what we tell people. Leadership is what people see us do, and then they emulate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think actually your last part is also a good reflection for our own politics in the Netherlands. So in that sense, we can shake hands, and that we have a lot to learn and explore that together. Thank you very much, Prof. Manonsela. Thank you very much again. And I think we go to the next speaker. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Diederik de Boer. Mr. Diederik de Boer is from the Maastricht School of Management. He is the Associate Professor of Sustainable Business Development and Director of the Expert Center on Emerging Economies. And he will take us a little bit deeper into 3 layers to consider when working international together. Diederik, go ahead. Thank you so much. You're still muted at the moment. We can see you. Can you say something?
Yes.
Yes, now we can hear you. We can see and we can hear you.
I'm looking for my presentation. PowerPoints. Yep. Is it fine now?
It is not in presenter mode yet, but we can see it.
Okay.
Thanks. Perfect now, ready to go.
All right, well, thank you very much for this invitation and to provide us a little bit also of our experiences, Maastricht School of Management, in the years we had in discussions on leadership and governance for inclusive, sustainable development. And I have to say that evolves over the years. I'm coming from the Maastricht School of Management. We are one of the oldest business schools in the Netherlands. one of the 7 higher international educational institutions in the Netherlands, focusing on emerging economies. And our niche is focusing on management, and that is also the point of departure in which we're looking at these issues of governance and leadership. We work in more than 50 countries with both universities and vocational training centers. We have a wide number of alumni. And I need to say here as well that as of September 2022, we are now part of the University of Maastricht. If we're talking about governance and leadership, over the years, we had so many discussions with management and leaders of universities, of TVET organizations, but also of ministries of educations in the different countries, and that evolved over time. In first instance, we were focusing very much on the economical aspects of society. But later on, like also my previous presenter said, I mean, there are also other elements which are almost as equal important if you strive for finally a developed society, a society which is just and inclusive. And in order to do so, you can not only focus on these issues of economic institutions. So, therefore, in all our talks, if we're talking about leadership and governance, I mean, it's important to create the framework, and we take that the fact that we would love to focus with these universities on societies which are more sustainable from an environmental point of view, but also sustainable from a social point of view and from an economical point of view. Other trends relate then also to this issue of digitalization. What is coming to us, and how can digitalization also relate to this issue of inclusiveness? And finally, also, if we're talking about governance and leadership, it's also about geopolitics these days. We cannot go without it by saying, well, I mean, how are we going to look in what is happening in our relationships to other continents than only the Netherlands, Europe, but also to China and Russia and others? Then in our talks on leadership and governance, of course, then if you zoom in of these issues, then we speak about the issues like climate change. We talk about issues like infrastructure, global technology, monopolies. How are we going to deal with that as societies? But also then not only on these technical parts, but important are also aspects of inclusion. How can we make sure that not only businesses are becoming part of the global value chain, but also that we make use of capacities of people who are not part even of the informal or the formal businesses. And of course, challenges relate then also to these geopolitics. Do one need to choose sides finally? Then, just as some opportunities relate then to issues like legacy systems, leapfrogging, dependencies, but also I think, and that's what I would like to highlight here. It's also about opportunities. It's about equal partnerships, possible partnerships between the Netherlands and South Africa in challenges we have in common, and then like was said by the previous speaker, also learning from mistakes from each other will help us in creating better governance and leadership models. If we're talking about these new leadership and governance models, it's important to know where you are and where you take universities, vocational training centers, societies with you in your endeavor to become to relate to more sustainable societies. We use then a lot this 3 horizons framework from WAL, in which you can focus on the fact that, well, we would like to focus as a vision of innovation on the status quo. But we know that if we're only focusing on the status quo, over time, it will not bring our society the prosperity which we are looking for. So we need these disruptors, these innovative disruptors. And finally, we need also to get these visionaries, these innovative visionaries. But that might be a little bit too far. So if you was looking at this horizon, the vision is somewhere between H2 and H3, H2 plus, we say there. I mean, the visionary innovators, but with a little bit more realistic pepper to it. So if we're looking at these different transformative pathways, then I would like also to build upon the work we did in the past with the African Development Board Bank on 7 different pathways in which we can take and in which we have the discussions with leadership from the different universities and vocational training centers. Focusing on the agricultural-driven transformation. I think that is of importance. We can focus on that. We can look at local content versus local participation, for example, in the mining sector, trying to get the local industry more upfront. How to deal with the modernizing of the service sector. How is AI coming in? Export-oriented manufacturing from an economical point of view remains important, but not without investing heavily also in the infrastructure, as we learned over time. New kids on the block related to creative industry. And finally, the 7th one is also tourism. So these are 7 transformative pathways in which innovation should come in order to create this more sustainable and just society. But this then is not enough. So we have this on the table. And what we felt for a long time is that as the Maastricht School of Management, with all actors in place, that we were focusing very much on the economic foundation actors. But we said, well, these economic foundation actors are important. It's important that we have universities. It's important that we have vocational training centers in countries. But it was also noticed that, I mean, if we're talking also about inclusion here, that also societal foundation actors are important. I mean, the illiteracy is of importance here, because if we have illiterate people, for sure they will not be part of all the institutions which are in the economic foundation actors. So illiteracy is also plays a role in terms of inclusion. But it's not only illiteracy, there are other societal foundation actors which are much more important than we thought they were before. It's also about security. It's also about health, and it's about food security. And then these 3 layers, then over the time we discussed this with our partners, but more and more we felt also that there is a 3rd layer missing, and that relates to climate change, environmental foundation actors. So that is why we finally developed this model as a tool to further discuss future paths for development with universities, ministries, and vocational training centers. Well, in order to further explain it, in first instance, we focus on private sector development. So we're focusing on a range of strategies aiming to establish markets that functions vibrantly, fairly, inclusive, also to everybody, including poor people at scale. But I think what I would like to highlight here as well is this issue of development. That is also the role of these institutions play. So how can we make sure that economically, socially, culturally, or technology can be used to create more advanced and growth in a country? The other aspects of this pyramid is this issue of sustainability. I mean, we would like to focus on sustainable institutions for private sector development or for development in general. So we need to look into environmental institutions. We need to look into social institutions, and we need to look into the economical institutions, which are nicely then reflected in this pyramid. But what is not reflected is, of course, this issue of inclusion. So therefore, also inclusion needs to be given the right attention, which sometimes we forget to do. So finally, then we're coming to this back to this layer what might be a tool for further discussion between South Africa and the Netherlands, but which we find quite useful. So this pyramid is based in first instance of this cluster theory from Professor Porter and the USA, focusing only on the economic foundation actors. So we say that in a society, if it needs to be just and sustainable, we need to focus on these 5 actors. First of all, there is finance. We need to create and we need to have access to finance. And remembering these 7 transformational pathways, so we're looking into access to finance, for example, in the agricultural sector, or we're looking to access to finance in the tourism sector. Finally, it relates also to R&D again. So what is the level of R&D in a certain sector, in a certain country? It relates then to skills as well. So what is the level of skills in terms of adhering to what is required in society and demanded by the private sector, and what is fulfilled by the vocational training centers. Finally, it relates then to policy as well. So how can we have conducive policies to create a better, a vibrant society for private sector development? And the 5th one relates then to the infrastructure. Is the appropriate infrastructure in place? But like I said then, I mean, if we're looking and assessing this level of readiness of these institutions over time, so we have these databases in place where we look at the data from 2012 to 2022, and we can see there are some changes in quality and quantities of the different actors. But we felt also, I mean, it's not enough. It's not giving us the right picture. Societal foundation actors are crucial if we're talking about the future, if we're trying to overcome the challenges we have and to create better, inclusive, sustainable society. So we have to look into primary education. We have to look into literacy. The level of literacy relates then to the economic foundation actors. But primary education then alone is not enough. We have to look also into primary healthcare. Very important also is this issue then of security. We always take security in Europe, especially in the Netherlands, but in a way, all these society foundation actors a lot for granted. But in many other countries, they are not. And we have to think that more over. And what is the correlation then between these actors, these societal foundation actors and economic foundation actors, and then towards this sustainable and inclusive and just society overall? Finally, it also relates then to this issue of food security. And then over the last 2 years, we were questioned a lot by our students, and they said, well, but how are you going to deal with all the challenges related to the climate change, what is coming to us? And we said, yeah, that is right. I mean, you could say that is already part of societal and economical foundation actors, but then in a way it's not. We tend to forget about these basics, about the environmental health, about the biodiversity, about the ecosystem itself, and finally also about the climate change policies which we have in place. So we built upon there of the environmental performance index, which we put in place here. And then finally, this is a great tool which we then use also for discussions with leaders, leaders from the different universities in the field of agriculture or tourism or industry, to see where we stand in terms of curriculum development, in terms of where we stand in terms of research agendas. I mean, we're not looking only then at these aspects of getting the agricultural technology part more in place, but it also relates to the effect that also the underlying institutions and actors are important. So how is agriculture related to biodiversity? So we try to bind these things together. So we're just starting this journey, but so it's a little bit too early to show you all kinds of graphs which we have already. But it's overall, it's a very interesting tool for improving capacities for development. And building capacities at the economic foundation layer will jeopardize inclusions if we do not also build capacities at the societal layer. If there's no security, students will not travel so easily, so they will not be part of higher education. So what are solutions for that? So we're discussing possibilities for digitalization. And based on the transformative pathway, skills development can use the pyramid analytical model to further fine-tune curricula at TVETs. And like I said as well, if we're looking into these research and development aspects of universities, I mean, they're also not there in isolation, but we should look at it in a more comprehensive way. And then, of course, what becomes more and more important are also these environmental issues. And I think that is also something what we're facing now at the Maastricht School of Management and the University of Maastricht is, well, I mean, looking at these different pathways for development, we see also that awareness at a younger age is crucial. I'm from the Faculty of Business and Economics, but only in the third year we're starting to teach about issues and the second year of sustainability. But maybe we should think about the fact that issues like inclusion, like energy transition, like ethics is so important at a younger age that maybe we should start with these issues already in year one to give a better overview of where you are as an individual and where you want to go. And there also leadership could play an important role in explaining how that could work. In terms of transformation pathways, sector, the quality of and sectors, so the quality of institutions do matter and can be also used in defining future research agendas. I think what is still a little bit what is still where we're still looking for is also the role of culture. I think Marcella, professor, she mentioned also this issue of culture, the specific issue of South African culture. But in general, I think we should try to understand also this role of culture, and it's not negligible, and we should try to give it a place also in maybe in the societal actors or somewhere. But that is still a struggle for us to think how we're going to use that. Finally, in terms of partnerships between the Netherlands and South Africa, this might be an interesting model. I mean, as Maastricht School of Management, we're now part of the University of Maastricht. Next to us, in the same building, we have the Maastricht Institute of Sustainability. And already by working together, we can do much more than we can do alone. And I believe that might also be very much valuable for this Netherlands-South Africa partnership. I would like to end my presentation with a quote from Professor Haiyun Chang. Equality of opportunities is not enough unless we create an environment where everyone is guaranteed some minimum capabilities through some guarantee of minimum income, education, and healthcare. We cannot say that we have fair competition. When some people have to run a 100-meter race with sandbags on their legs, the fact that no one is allowed to have a head start does not make the race fair. Equality of opportunity is absolutely necessary, but not sufficient in building a generous, fair, and efficient society. And I think leadership should lead the way in that respect. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Diederik de Boer. I think in many ways a great presentation. You make a strong connection with the TVET sector and actually also the basic education sectors as a stepping stone into the higher education sector. You have explained many concrete examples on how to make equal societies really happen using the education sector. I see a lot of terms coming up, so that's also the value of your presentation. Is there anyone in the audience with a question? Please raise your hand in that case, despite the thumbs and the applause. There's one question. Prof. Madonsela, go ahead.
Just to applaud the colleague Derek for providing us a framework within which we could have a lens to view society and to transform society. But my question is, do you think how we view society has an impact on how we design policies and the social scheme for distributing burdens and opportunities in our society? One of my concerns, which was heightened during the regulations on COVID-19, was that we tend to view societies as economies. Is it time we viewed societies, as social well-being communities, and the economy being there to serve society, as opposed to society being there as cogs in the machinery for an economy? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I think that is maybe also the last comment I made there, what we're struggling with in the Netherlands. I mean, as a first-year student, we're still learning, I mean, the economic principles, which we developed already 40 years ago. But maybe we should already then also discuss these issues and terminologies of growth. Is it not per se about growth, or maybe it's about productivity, or it's about partnership, what we should try to focus on much more. Hence, yes, I think we should look beyond the fact that it's only about economy. It's merely about society. I mean, it's also in a way the journey I followed, that focusing first very much on this economical layer, but the economical layer alone is definitely not enough. So also governments cannot focus only on economics. Also societal actors and environmental actors do matter. And these three layers together, you might well say, that's a focus on society.
Thank you. I see another question from Wendy van Schoutwijk, and there's one question in the chat which actually was already sort of answered by the presentation of Mr. De Boer. But Wendy, go ahead, and then we go to the next speakers.
Yes, thank you so much. Professor, my question is, when considering designing a policy for collaboration, what percentage of technology-driven versus the percentage of human-centered or social-driven components must be considered? Because I think for me, if you're understanding that, you know, a lot of our innovation is driven, you can link innovation and technology very closely together. You can link R&D, research and development very closely together. And ultimately, it's compromising the quality of our society, ultimately, which I think what Professor Thuli Madonsela was talking about. I think it brings us back to the question of the purpose of higher education. And for me, ultimately, you know, if we were to understand that higher education institutions exist to advance society, I then look at the agenda for these policies being driven. If you understand where I'm coming from.
Yes, definitely, and it's an intriguing question, I think, and it's also not that easy to answer. Although I still have the feeling that indeed, as Professor Thuli also mentioned, that from the past we tend to provide a lot of percentage or support or investments on technology-driven education, and humanities might be forgotten there, and and we pay for that now because it's not part of our equation, right? I mean, we're polluting the air. I mean, people are not included. So in that sense, it might be very important. And in a way, that's what I show with my model as well, that we should definitely also include these other aspects of innovation. What kind of percentage then it's of course always very difficult to answer, and depends possibly also on the different transformative pathways you would like to focus on. But that they should be part of it, an integral part, is, I think, definitely very important.
Thank you very much. I see another question. I would like to ask Celia Boyce, Dr. Celia Boyce, to post your question in the chat, and Dr. Diederik de Boer, please provide her with an answer in the chat as well. Let us go on to the next speakers from SAQA for consideration around governance from a different perspective. We have two speakers, Dr. Makaba Makafola. He is the Chief Operating Officer, and also Mr. Nevin Vasudev. He's the Manager of Business Development and Stakeholders at the Office of the CEO. Please open up your cameras and go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Good afternoon. Can you hear us?
Good afternoon. We can hear you. We cannot see you, but we can see your presentation.
Okay, you cannot see us.
You cannot see us.
Okay.
We see an empty boardroom, but we know you are there.
No, it's fine. But it's okay. But you can see the presentation. That's what's important.
Yes, yes.
Colleagues, good afternoon, and thank you for inviting us. We'll be talking on the integrity and quality in qualifications, the SAQA experience, and the approach to our presentation. In terms, just to give an overview how we're going to approach our presentation. We're going to talk about the concept of misrepresentation and fraud for the NQF and policy consideration in terms of what policies are in place to ensure that we nip this in the bud. And then we're going to talk about a glimpse of SAQA data on misrepresentation, because we thought that we'll share with you in terms of what are the challenges that you come across as far as issues of misrepresentation is concerned. And we'd like to share with you, what is it that you do within the continent as far as, trying to eliminate or reduce the number of misrepresentation as part of the Addis Convention. And then we will share with you globally how do you work around this area. So I'll be dealing with the first part in terms of the policy, and Navin will take us from the data that we have and beyond our relationships. So just to give you a background in terms of who we are a statutory body which was established by the SAQA Act of 1995, and we continue in terms of the NQF Act number 67 of 2008, and we are currently the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation. And our mandate broadly is to develop and implement a national qualifications framework to advance the objective of the NQF, to coordinate the sub-frameworks of the NQF, and then to evaluate and advise on foreign qualifications. Just to give you a broad overview in terms of the ecosystem, in terms we call it South African NQF ecosystem. So we have the government, where we work with the various government departments, from the Department of Higher Education and Training, Department of Basic Education, Department of Labor, Department of Public Services and Administration, and we do service other departments like the Foreign Affairs. And we work closely with quality councils, where we're overseeing the framework, the NQF frameworks across a variety of QCs, the Quality Council for Trade and Occupations, Council on Higher Education, which focus mainly on the higher education sector, our topic for today, and the Umalusi, which is looking more at the basic. And who are our direct beneficiaries in terms of the services that we are offering? The professional bodies, both statutory and non-statutory, the learners in terms of verifying their qualifications, foreign nationals entering the education system and training within the NQF system, and industry as a whole, including government, as they're required to verify qualifications of various people who want to get into the system. So just to unpack with you in terms of the NQF and policy considerations around the issue of qualification and misrepresentation. The NQF Act and related legislation requires SAQA and the NQF partners to uphold the integrity of and act against threats to the NQF. It is then incumbent upon SAQA and the Quality Council to act against providers and individuals who misrepresent qualifications. The other policy considerations around qualification misrepresentation, the draft policy was developed in consultation with the department to give effect to preserving the integrity of the NQF. And the current draft policy has been reviewed as we are required just to consult further to ensure that we are watertight as far as this policy is concerned. And other policies that are for consideration is the policy and criteria for evaluating foreign qualifications within the South African NQF. Section 21, 22, 23 refers to zero tolerance to fraudulent and corrupt practices. So it's something that as we evaluate, we ensure that there are no any discrepancies as far as that is concerned. And in order for us just to tighten up the issue of misrepresentation, we felt that there was a need for us to, amend the current NQF at 12 of 2019 to be proclaimed. So in a process, this has been presented and taken through cabinet processes. So you're just waiting for the proclamation of that. And what we're looking at is just to amend and insert certain definitions, just to make sure that the issue of misrepresentation is captured very well, and to provide for the verification of all qualifications or part qualifications, not to exclude any, to provide a formulation for criteria for evaluating foreign qualifications. What we highlighted in red is the emphasis in terms of the topic today. It was to provide for the establishment and maintenance of separate register for misrepresentation of fraudulent qualification, because something that we feel is very important that once we have such information, we'll be easy to share with it, not only within the country, but with all our international partners as well. The other thing that we're looking at is just to provide for a separate register of professional designations, to provide for referrals of qualifications or part qualification for verification. The last bullet, which is talking to fraudulent qualification, is to provide the offenses and penalties which have a bearing on fraudulent qualification, because we feel that, for us to turn it up, it's important that there's be penalty related to those who try to, cheat the system. So I'll give over to Naveen just to share with you in terms of what other things that we are doing in relation to SAQA activities.
Thanks, Dr. Makapa, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Naveen. Just to give you a bit of a background as to why I'm making this particular presentation, I'm a credential evaluator. So what I'm going to be sharing with you is on the ground work that SAQA has been undertaking for a number of years. The issue of I've actually had a lot of conversations with some of you, including Beto, the whole issue about integrity and quality of qualifications, and particularly the challenge of elimination of misrepresentation. It's a difficult one. And of course, Dr. Makapa has mentioned earlier, the point when we use the word misrepresentation, we're not using the word fraud because, of course, it's only a court of law, which then would consider some misrepresented qualification as fraud. This is it's a very difficult area. It's extremely broad and it's extremely concerning. And I think you'll all agree it's been growing to quite an extent. And we're not only talking about qualification fraud or misrepresentation, we're talking about diploma mills, then the whole gamut of issues that are in that whole area. And for SAQA, in the last few years, one of the areas that we've been working towards is how does one strengthen the whole area of evaluation of qualifications, because that is one of the particular areas to do a check on to catch the whole area of misrepresentation of any qualification, be it local, national qualification, or whether it is a foreign qualification. So one of the areas that SAQA did in 2014 was establishing the African Qualifications Verification Network, and I played a very important role there in how do we strengthen verification practices in order to catch the whole area of misrepresentation. And I've just put a link there at some point when the presentation is shared with all of you. You will see a video on this particular conference that we held in bringing like-minded entities from various countries within the African continent to discuss ways of eliminating misrepresentation. We've also undertaken several research, small research, big research, quick and dirty research, just to get our understanding on what does it mean when we talk about qualification misrepresentation. And a big one that we've been doing for quite a few years now is maintaining a list or a register, and I'll come to it a little bit later on, where we upload the relevant data on misrepresentation, because it has major consequences. I remember talking to somebody and they talked about, so what does misrepresentation mean? How does it make a difference when you fake a qualification? And this person said it very well. She said, bridges would fall and people can die. I mean, it was well said. And that is what the consequences of misrepresentation of fake qualifications would mean. And that links to my last point about advocacy. We've done quite a lot of work, and we've seen both on the side of the user, but also on the side of the institute or the service provider, there is a lack of understanding about the whole area of misrepresentation and what it would mean. Next slide, please. I just wanted to share with you a little, just a glimpse. I'm not going to go too much into it. I just wanted to give you in 2022, 23, if you look at the misrepresentation of foreign qualifications, you're looking at this, the numbers that we've seen for the last year. Remember, we've got foreign qualifications, we've got national qualifications, but we've also got the SAQA Certificate of Evaluation. And we've also noticed that that particular certificate of evaluation also gets misrepresented. We do have now, it's an e-certificate now, which has actually reduced the issue about misrepresentation. So, we've been working towards what are the ways that we can actually bring about some form of addressing of misrepresentation. The next slide, please. Just again, 2022, 23, just at some of the countries, it gives you an idea where we've actually found misrepresentation coming in. The next slide would give you a little more idea, because to date, if you can go to the next slide, to date, if you can see, I don't know how to detail it, but if you can see, you see 60% that SAQA has found. This is to date. Cases of misrepresentation, and a sizable number of those misrepresentation, we're still working towards the data there. A sizable number of them actually are in higher education, which is a concern. Next slide, please. Again, going into on to date, if you look at the country list, there are sub-countries from where we find cases of misrepresentation. I'm not, hot spotting them or anything like that. I'm just saying that this is where the data shows where the misrepresentations have been found in the data that we have. I'd like to just mention something about the Addis Convention. This came up in the last policy dialogue about the Addis Convention, which South Africa has signed in 2019. The Article 4.2 of the Addis Convention has a very clear clause where it talks about committing to adopt measures to eradicate all forms of fraudulent practices regarding higher education and qualifications. SAQA, along with the Department of Higher Education, we're working towards implementing this particular convention. And this is a clause that we are going to be working with the various partners. Next slide, please. Very quickly, I want to say, and Dr. Makapa had mentioned about it, globally, we have been working with other networks because the issue of integrity of qualification is a global problem. And we have to work with various entities in different parts of the world who are also facing very similar problems. One of the areas, one of the networks that we work very closely with is called the Global Academic Integrity Network, or GAIN, an Irish-based organization, but now global. We're working very closely. The second one, which is, I'm sure my Dutch counterparts would be very happy to know, this is the Groningen Declaration Network, which was started in Netherlands, but is a global network working towards learnerships, student learnerships, and also digitization. And one of the areas that it has been very much focused towards is the elimination of misrepresentation. And finally, very close to my heart, given the fact that I am a credential evaluator, is the TICEP, which is a network of credential evaluators worldwide, working towards strengthening and building the whole area of credential evaluation. That is an important network. We have been working very closely with this particular network for a number of years. And this is at the global level, but even in the Pan-Africa level, we are doing quite a lot of work. And I did mention about the verification, the African Qualification Verification Network, which we are working towards. So, and the linkages with these entities is about learning and sharing, and not just a copy and paste. I remember this being mentioned in the earlier presentation. I think it's very important looking at the context of the country, but also building a community of practice, because we cannot do it alone. And I think I'd like to end my presentation there. Just lastly, I just wanted to mention, Dr. Makapa talked about the NQF Amendment Act, which hopefully will be proclaimed very soon, stipulates that it is a criminal offense to misrepresent qualifications. And like I said, that advocacy is really important. We need to do that as an organization, as partners. Thank you so much, Dr. Makapa. I'll let it go back to you. Thank you.
No, thanks, Navin, and Breto, thank you for giving us this opportunity, and we can take any questions if there's any.
Thank you very much, Dr. Makapa and Mr. Navin Vasudev. I see already one question from Samantha Naidu, so please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the colleagues for the presentation. And as much as I appreciate the time and effort on concentrating on misrepresentation, I was also wondering whether there was any feedback that SAQA could provide regarding the foreign qualification evaluation process, in as far as NQF alignment is concerned, of students that have graduated from foreign institutions and are now seeking registration with an institution in South Africa. Is there any means of expediting that process? Because I do note that there's a proviso on the website that notes turnaround time is dependent on feedback from the host institution or the awarding institution. But as a registrar of an institution who is unable to admit postgraduate students into master's and doctoral programs, it becomes difficult to have a student being strung along for anything in excess of 3 months at times, and it inhibits the student. It compromises the institution's integrity and credibility. So I would like some feedback from SAQA, if you can, provide some kind of guidance to us, because at the moment institutions are facing a challenge in getting timeliest feedback from SAQA, and students are facing a similar challenge. Thank you.
I'll take it. Thanks, Samantha. You raise a really important point. One of the biggest issues we've had, since COVID has been in terms of getting the numbers right and the backlog. And I totally agree with you. We are working towards, trying to expedite this process. One of the areas that we have been working, Samantha, is on automation. And that is an important area that we've been working towards. Some of the delays that have always been caused, and I understand it as a credential evaluator and a verifier, is when we are waiting for third-party verifications. But your point is well taken, Samantha. And thank you for your patience, but I also know the pains that the learners face because of the delays. So this is taken note of, definitely. Thank you.
Maybe just to add on what Naveen just said as well. I mean, we're entering into various MRQ with various countries as well. I think this will help in terms of strengthening that kind of, dealing with third-party issues. And in being part and parcel of some of those global networks, it's trying to help us as well to fast-track, sourcing information. And I know there's an issue on asylum seekers. I think it's a project that Naveen is working on. Naveen will share with you how far with that project, Naveen.
Yeah, just very quickly. This is an area that we've been looking at because over a period of time, we actually even noticed that the number of refugees and asylum seekers coming into the SACWA system, and particularly those sometimes who do not have complete documentation, we've been looking at this as a project. Along with, Samantha, what I did mention to you about the backlog area. And I'm working very closely on this particular project, but looking at how do we strengthen the methodology of evaluations so that the process can take into account the various differences and variations that we receive in evaluation as a methodology and a process. So this is a work that we've been doing as a pilot, and hopefully we would be able to scale this on a wider scale nationally. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'll take one more question from Chanel Israel, and Prof. Tuli Manonsela, please post your question in the chat so that the colleague can answer it in the chat. Chanel Israel, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Naveen, as your ex-colleague. I have two questions for you. So the one is it a regulation that all institutions, whether it's private or public institutions, higher education institutions, need to have all foreign qualifications evaluated? And my second question is, if a South African institution has an MOU with an institution in, let's say, Zimbabwe, do those students still have to go through a SACWA evaluation on their foreign qualification? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Hinal. It's so nice to hear your voice. As colleagues haven't seen you for a while, so thank you so much. Your questions are very pertinent. To the question on I want to answer the question on the MOU. The memorandum of understanding sometimes, as you said, sometimes is done between institution to institution. But when we do the memorandum of understanding, it depends on at what level. There is the MRQs, which is basically a country to country link that we have, and we have it with a few countries where sometimes if the country has an NQF, a national qualification framework, we would do that comparison that would be with the national qualifications framework in South Africa. So that kind of an MRQ would be of importance for SACWA. So to your question, we would look more into developing those kind of memorandums of understanding or agreements. But any memorandum does expedite the process very much. So we are actually, I think Dr. Makapa talked about in his earlier in the presentation about how we are moving towards developing a memorandum of understanding with various other SACWA counterparts in other countries. I'm forgetting the first question. Sorry, Chanel, can you quickly?
No, it was some regulations that we have foreign qualifications verified. I think yes.
You would say. Yeah.
No, it was asking whether there is all foreign they need to be verified in order for anybody to be admitted. So it's part of the policy.
Yes, it is part of the policy, Chanel. Sir, I remember what you asked. Every a person, for example, coming into, I'm a good example. When I came to South Africa in 2003, I had to have my foreign qualifications evaluated by SACWA. It's part of the Immigration Act, Chanel. I hope I'm answered your question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Naveen.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I see a few more questions in the chat, but I would like to ask the people that have a question to post in the chat. Thank you, Dr. Makapa and Dr. Naveen Vasudev. It's nice to see you at the end of your presentation as well in the camera. Thank you very much, and let us continue with the next speaker. Our next speaker is from the Dutch Ministry for Education, Culture and Science. She is Senior Policy Officer for Knowledge Security and Cybersecurity, and she will take us a little bit deeper into open and secure internationalization. Marta Bone, please go ahead.
Let me see if I can share my screen. Can you all see the presentation correctly?
We can see it and we can hear you loud and clear.
Great, great. First of all, thank you so much for having me today. It's been a wonderful morning and afternoon so far. As Berto said, I'm going to talk a bit more about open and secure internationalization. And as the first slide says, I am part of the Science and Research Policy Directorate, which means that I'm mainly going to be focusing on research collaboration as opposed to what, for instance, my colleague before talked about, which is more about the higher education system in general. It's going to be an overview of the way that we conduct open and secure international collaboration, and I'll try to keep it a bit short because I'm sure that everyone is yearning for a lunch break. So I will try to take you through what we do in my directorate as smoothly and quickly as possible. So let me see, yes. So I want to start off this presentation with sort of a quote that we usually use within my field, which is also coined by our Minister of Education, which is open as possible, closed when necessary. So open internationalization, open international collaboration is the oxygen of academic research, of course. Like we cannot do without any sort of international collaboration. We need each other to tackle big research problems. We need each other's viewpoints. We need each other's knowledge. So there is no question about it that the Netherlands is very invested in open international collaboration, both on institutional level. So of course, Dutch institutions work together with South African institutions, with institutions within the EU, with all over the world. But also as a government, we invest in cooperation through EU instruments, because of course we are a smaller country. So within the EU, we can get a lot more done together. So first, I would like to talk you through some of the EU instruments that the Netherlands is a part of and that we also work together with South Africa. So first off is the global approach for research and innovation. This is the policy framework that the European Commission has coined for how the EU wants to work together with all countries outside the European Union. South Africa is one of those countries. And this framework is really used for promoting principles for international cooperation, how we would like to work together in research and innovation. And one of the main points of focus for the global approach is also scaling up cooperations with key regions such as Africa, which of course includes South Africa as well. And on a more policy officer level, we hold policy workshops for all of the countries that are involved in the global approach. And these policy workshops have different types of subjects, such as academic freedom, but also security, which sort of brings me to that open and secure internationalization are two sides of the same coin, in the sense that we want to ensure that open internationalization remains as possible as we can make it. which also is one of the things that the Marseille Declaration on International Cooperation in Research and Innovation kind of oversees what we need to do in order to make that possible. So there are a couple of, I've listed them on the presentation as well, there are a couple of key takeaways that we all need to take into consideration when we want to engage in open cooperation in research and development. So of course, freedom of scientific research and open science are spear points of this, but also ethics and integrity, gender equality, data protection, and of course, value creation and societal and economic impact. So there's a lot of these things that we've also already heard throughout the day today, especially in sort of the diversity and inclusion, the justice and equity part of the presentations, which I think is very important to highlight as well. And one of these points that is more related to my field is also the risk management and security in not only securing our knowledge, but also securing the people and making sure that people feel safe and secure within their own research fields and within the research that they do. To delve a bit deeper into how South Africa and the Netherlands are working together, I want to stop briefly at the Horizon Europe program, which is a huge instrument of the European Union in which the Netherlands and South Africa also frequently work together. As you can see, it has 3 pillars that have a lot of financial investments. For instance, the Marie Curie scholarship or funding instruments, but also bigger pillars and clusters in which funding is granted to projects that are so large that no country could really do them by themselves. So there's a lot of countries and institutes that work together on these different types of projects and research collaborations. And some numbers for you there. The South African and Dutch cooperation in Horizon Europe is mainly focused in the themes of food, bioeconomy, natural resources, agriculture and environment, which is 11 collaborations together with South Africa and the Netherlands. The Team Health has 7 collaborations, and the Marie Curie Actions, which is for training young talented researchers and facilitating international mobility of scientists, has 8 collaborations between South Africa and the Dutch institutions. The main institutions in the Netherlands that have collaborations through Horizon Europe with South Africa are Wageningen University in research, the Technical University of Delft and Leiden University, and on the South African side, it's the University of Cape Town, Stellenbosch University, and the University of Pretoria. So this is just to give you a quick overview in how we are still finding each other in, even though we are quite some geographical locations apart. So this is a bit of how we want to encourage open research collaboration and cooperation. Also because, of course, like I said before, we need scientific and technological excellence. We cannot do this by ourselves. Tackling large societal issues, we've heard climate change come of, but also societal issues that have to do with equality. We need each other to tackle these types of issues, and we cannot do it alone. So fostering that open internationalization is really, really important. In addition, it's also important for societal development and personal development of our researchers and students. Exchange of ideas and cultures and networks for researchers fosters mutual understanding and ensures that we can tackle those larger societal issues better than just by ourselves. However, we have seen in the last couple of years that the shifting geopolitical situations have shown that we also need to be a bit more careful when it comes to regulating the way that we do our international cooperation. So in the Netherlands, we have coined the term knowledge security, which, as you can see, has sort of like 3 pillars on which we also focus to ensure that our researchers can also do their research together with their partners in safe and secure conditions. The first one is the prevention of undesirable transfer of sensitive knowledge and technology. I think one of the most famous examples of this is, for instance, not wanting to transfer, for instance, specific nuclear knowledge or nuclear technology to a regime which might misuse this information for military purposes. The second one is preventing COVID activities aimed at influence and interference within the context of higher education and science. This is twofold. One, it can mean, for instance, the creation of disinformation, both on the side of politics or on the side of what's happening in the world at large, but it can also mean the way in which researchers are, or students even, can be targeted by their own government or by another government in order to maybe do some things or even publish in ways that they might not feel comfortable themselves, but they might feel pressured to do so without the knowledge of the institute that they work at or they study at. The third one is preventing ethical issues relating to collaboration. This is a bit linked to the second one and what I just said. So it can be also students or researchers feeling that they don't have the academic freedom that we stand for within the Netherlands, but it can also be relating to research with certain actors or certain partners that might not respect fundamental human rights, for instance, which can make it very difficult as well to have a solid collaboration. So these three main pillars of knowledge security is what we focus on in the team that I work in. So why did this come up in the Netherlands? In 2020, due to more geopolitical tensions also in the EU and incidents within the area of research and education, it became much more to the forefront in Dutch politics. Annual reports from our intelligence agencies also showed that there had been some incidents, or they had thwarted incidents that had happened, which made it so that we felt that was a policy necessary in order to sort of tackle this issue. And media and politicians were expressing concerns on several occasions. And these are some of the news headlines that were in the news over the last couple of years. One of them is in Dutch. So if you're Dutch or if you speak Afrikaans, then maybe this will still make sense to you, but it's about Saudi universities paying Dutch scientists in the Netherlands in order to get higher on the university rankings lists. So these are three different examples of how the media has reported about what has happened in institutions regarding what we call knowledge security. So these media reports have also really amped up the need that we saw for knowledge security policy. Also in international context, in European context, we have been seeing a lot more efforts to secure the international cooperation. We've have within the EU collaboration with like-minded countries. We of course have the European Strategy for Universities, which also talks about security. Like I said, both the global approach and also the Marseille Declaration also stress the need for security as well. And of course, we want to prevent a sort of waterbed effect in which we have policy and other countries might not have policies, so that it still doesn't really matter, because where we keep knowledge safe, it might leak away in other spaces. So this definitely also has the attention in the EU as a whole. And of course, we want to ensure that across the European Union, we can provide open and safe international collaboration. In national context, one of the main things that we have set up is the National Knowledge Security Guidelines. This is specifically for Dutch knowledge institutions, so not just the universities, but other institutions as well. These guidelines on many different aspects of internationalization focus on what you can do to mitigate the risks that might come up in different sorts of collaboration. In addition to those guidelines, which are publicly online, so would you be interested in them, you can look this up as well. We have opened a national contact point for Dutch knowledge institutions, which is there to ensure that you can ask all the questions that you need as an institution, and the government will have a whole of government approach to answer these questions. The national contact point is country agnostic, which means that it doesn't focus on specific countries as being a risk or as a threat, but just on, in general, the safe and secure open international collaboration. Of course, as we've seen before, the Dutch knowledge institutions have a high degree of autonomy. So the emphasis also on the policy is to give institutions the tools they need to be able to make their own risk assessments, to be able to make well-informed decisions on how certain collaborations work. So this is also something that is in the forefront of the national contact point. It was started a year and a half ago. It has had plus 300 questions since the start. Like I said, it's a whole of government approach. This means that the group of people that answers the questions come from all different ministries. So they bring in different sort of expertise and different information in order to answer the question. And as I said, the goal is to help institutions mitigate the risks and not to set norms on what they should and shouldn't do. And no personal data is collected or is allowed to be sent to the national contact point, because it's really about asking about different sorts of collaborations and ways of collaborating rather than about a person that you want to work with or not, because of course that would also implicate a lot of different things that we want to avoid. So this is what the National Contact Point does. We offer a lot of different answers to a lot of different questions. Like I said, more than 300 since the start a year and a half ago. And that is what I wanted to talk to you about today. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Marta Bonen, for your presentation. Like the one from Sakwa, I think a very different perspective on mitigating risks and how we can deal with that. I see already one question, so Wendy van Schouwkijk, go ahead.
Sorry, that was an error. I was sorry about that.
No problem. Is there anyone else with a question for Ms. Bonen? Yes, I see Wendy van Schouwkijk again. No. Sorry.
I've just taken it down. Sorry, that's an error.
No problem. Anyone else?
What?
I'm looking at my colleague to the right. Any question from your side?
There's a lot to mull over. That's all. There's a lot now.
It's time for lunch and coffee, I think.
Yeah. No, thank you very much, Marta. We know how to find you. So if people have questions, I see one. No. Person entering the meeting, not with a question. We know how to find you. So if anyone has a question, you can post it in the chat so that we can answer it later. You can also post it on my report or send an email to preoa@membusa.nl. My colleague will post it in the chat. So you can also address the questions there, and then we will send you an answer later. It's time for some drinks, refreshments, a small bite, and a small break. And we will be back around 2, so make sure that you are back because we have much more interesting examples to share with you. In the meanwhile, if you get bored and still would like to do something, you can explore the My Report a bit further. And there are actually 3 topics that you can address there. There are learning points, takeaways, action points, a call to action, or a marketplace. So exchange your details to find partners to work on a specific topic. Explore the My Report in the meanwhile, and otherwise we see you back at 2. Thank you so much for now. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back in the policy dialogue between South Africa and the Netherlands around leadership and governance. I hope you all had a good break and are ready for the second part of today with more speakers coming up. But first we start with a small audience engagement to be a little bit more energized before we start listening to other people. And in that sense, I would like to invite Huba Boshoff from the Knowledge Collab, who's assisting us with the audience engagement during this policy dialogue, to share with us a Mentimeter. Huba, please come in and open the screen where we can find the link to menti.com and also the code which we can use to ask and answer some questions. Huba, are you there? Kuba is busy trying to set up the Mentimeter first. In the meanwhile, I see some extra people coming in. Welcome to this policy dialogue between South Africa and the Netherlands. We've had a very intense morning. We've had multiple speakers, all around different aspects of challenges and risks to consider. And one thing that struck me a little bit while we had a small break was that it seems that in the Netherlands everything is pure and clean and that we already have a lot of solutions to issues. But in fact, I do believe that we also have a lot of issues. And what I appreciate in the colleagues from South Africa in that sense is the openness about it. So you put all your dirty laundry on the table. And I think that is something to appreciate and to value. So for the coming speakers, I know you have prepared your presentations and we can't change the presentations anymore, but feel free to be open about what is coming. In the meanwhile, I would like to ask Huba, can you come in to guide us with the Mentimeter into a little bit more interaction? And for the people present in the audience, I would like to ask you to close your camera and your mic to be able to allow as much as people possible to enter the meeting. I see the screen for the policy dialogue Mentimeter in the screen now. So Huba, go ahead.
Thank you, Bert. Sorry, I just had to make a slight switch there due to a technical error, but we're back. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. I hope you had as good a break as we had. We had a little bit of a snack and we had a little bit of laugh and a giggle and a self-reflection on what transpired this morning. And also we managed to have a little bit of a reflection also on the differences between South Africa and the Netherlands, a topic that's really interesting, of course, but also that contributes to our future action. So we know that this stretch after lunch can be quite taxing, and so we want to also make you part of this conversation. Thank you so much for everybody that has already added to the Miro board and that have added also in the chat that took part this morning. We are now going to do just very briefly a Mentimeter to get some thinking juices flowing, to know a little bit more about who's in the room. So I see a few people have already joined. You can join the Mentimeter by either scanning the QR code or going to menti.com. We have lots of people on this call, so I need a few more than 10 people. See Berto and Ida modeling good behavior, good leadership there by also opening Menti on their sides. So you merely scan the QR code, or you go to menti.com and you enter this code 14527603. If you're struggling, let me know. Maybe if we can get a bit closer to where we are in terms of participants.
The code is 14527603. Thank you very much, Jeff Handmaker.
Right, there we go. So you'll continue to see the code at the top when you're logged in and on the screen.
Huba, I think...
there we go.
Yes.
So you can see that a few more South Africans already in the room. You can still join. So I see a slight dominance, Bertu. I don't know what that is saying about the dialogue.
I pity that. I think I should be more inviting them for my Dutch colleagues.
Just to continue on this trend a little bit, so we see also a little bit of a institutional representation. Great to see that so many institutions have joined us. And then this is great. Yesterday, we asked the same to the TVET sector, so it's great that we continue to expand the network in the interest of those that are joining. Maybe if you want to, we see a few returnees, also good. Thank you for coming back. So it means that the first one was interesting enough for you to join again. Thank you for making your time available. If you want to, please put in the chat, why did you decide to come today? That's really good for us to also have an idea what's the attraction to these dialogues, and to make sure that in the days to come and the processes to come that we also take that. So that is just a little bit of data collecting for us. But what we really want to know is also, when you reflect on this morning session and you look at the governance models very aptly presented by various colleagues on different levels this morning, do we enough have the technical considerations in the Netherlands? And if we compare that with South Africa, so we have a dominance on the yes side in the Netherlands, we don't see the same on the South African side. So I don't know what that means, and I'm not sure if in the report we should put these next to one another, but perhaps something to explore. Why do we see people leaning towards confirming that on the Dutch side, we have more of these technical considerations for governments than in South Africa? Or is it in the implementation? We also heard this morning from various colleagues that our governance models are there, but maybe we are failing on the implementation side. And that's not a reflection on either South Africa or Netherlands, but really to say, how do we better engage with our governance structures? The matter of academic integrity, we've seen it within the knowledge security policy under development in the Netherlands. The presentation from SAQA also really looking at misrepresentation and the issues related to that. So a lot around the word honesty, transparency, elimination of fraud, institutional commitment. So in the next session, also looking at institutional experiences and perspectives, but always important to consider this academic integrity from both the individual as well as the institutional perspective. And then just to end off, how would you describe this? I see a few more people that can comment. Tense, I see the word tense a number of times. That concerns me. Leadership and governance, that this is not good. There's a shared responsibility, leading by example. Also important, the perspectives from the private higher education, a voice that we also heard a number of times today and hope to continue to hear within these policy dialogues, to say that when we speak about education, it's not only a public good, but how do we involve also the private sector? Thank you very much, colleagues. I hope you enjoy this next part of the dialogue. And Berto, over to you.
Thank you very much, Hube Boshoff from the Knowledge Collab. I think we're energized now for the afternoon, and it's good to see that we still have so many colleagues joining us and present here with us in the afternoon. And that brings us to the next block with institutional reflections on leadership and governance and leadership development programs. So we will have three speakers with us, and we start with Dr. Oliver Seal. He is director of the HELM project, which is under the rule of USAF at the moment, the University of South Africa, but in close collaboration with the Department for Higher Education and Training and other parties. So Dr. Oliver Seal, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Berto, and thank you to you and the colleagues at the DHET for this opportunity. Let me share my screen with you. Can you see my screen?
Not yet. We can hear you.
Right, let's see. Let's just go back.
And to the other colleagues, please turn off your cameras so that we only see the speaker and the presentation. Yes, there it is.
Can you see it, Berto? It says it's loading the presentation. I don't know.
No, we see it in the screen now. It is with all different colored letters of Helm.
Oh, but I can't see anything on my side. I don't know what's going on.
Just the first slide with your name and the date of today.
Okay. I'm just flying blind here because I can't see anything. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Thank you very much. And thanks once again for the opportunity. I think this is really, this was great to be here today and to share our experience. And today, really, for me, it's about our experience here in South Africa in particular around the vexing issues of governance, leadership, and management. I work for Universities South Africa. It's a national association of all the 26 public universities in South Africa, and all the vice chancellors serve on the board of USAP, University South Africa. And we've got two flagship programs. One is Higher Education Leadership and Management Helm, and the other is our Entrepreneurship Development and Higher Education program, our sister program. And these are the two flagship programs of USAF, which involves our 26 public universities, and we provide support for them in these critical areas. So what I'm talking today is really about governance, leadership, and management. As you know, our world currently, and I mean, all the speakers earlier today alluded to this. In South Africa, we've been in kind of, yeah, as you mentioned earlier, Berta, we kind of tend to air or our dirty laundry. We do that in a sense to be real about what our challenges are. I think that's probably a good South African trait, especially in our universities. So we've had crisis mode almost for the last 2 decades. So I don't think we've ever been in a stage in our higher education system where there was normality or stability. So every other year we've had one or other crisis or issue to deal with. The last before COVID was the fallism, fees must fall, and you'll see from the latest developments in the media, we're really struggling with NSFAS, the support that we're not getting from that side, to fund those students who are most disadvantaged at our universities. And of course, the issues of democratization of our university structures and governments, the governance issue feeds right into that, as well as the leadership issue. So, and to change slides. Apologies for that, colleagues.
It's on the second slide now.
Yeah, but I'd like to be on the third slide, so I'm trying to let it to move it, but it doesn't seem to be happening. Is 1, 2, trying to go to 3.
We noticed that we are able ourselves to go to the next slide.
Yes, okay. Oh, if you can do that, it would really help me, because it's I'm challenged this side to try and move the slides. Great. Okay. So thank you, Berto, for that assistance. So just very briefly, colleagues, the challenges that were presented this morning by my colleague in the DHET, Dr. Mukia, we also talked about it recently at our Leadership and Management Strategy group at USAF. And this was the challenges that was presented by Dr. Sonele Mnene at the CHE. And we've all heard this before. So you've heard of institutions being placed under administration, the interference of council in management, especially in the executive management, big challenge. Some of the council members think they are executives and don't really understand their role in governance. The poor expertise and experience, and of course, that becomes especially with external appointees. You heard from Dr. Mukia this morning, some people get appointed without necessarily the skills or the competencies, and then there's kind of constituency representation. And in some instances, in some universities, because of the remuneration offered, people take this almost as a form of employment. Corruption and poor ethics, lack of that, safety and security on our campuses. We still have a major issue with gender-based violence, external political interference in the institutional affairs, and you see this particularly as it plays out in our student politics. Quality of our debates are not as good as they were 10, 15 years ago. I think the anti-intellectualism that we see, and it's just not a South African issue, it's a global issue. We saw that with COVID, especially with the Trump administration. So that's not just something that we're experiencing here. I'm really not taking heed or the advice of our scientists and our intellectuals in our universities. Poor strategic leadership, I think that's a vexing issue for us. It's a challenge. We struggle, with the appointment of executive levels. I think our vice chancellor's position is probably the most unpopular job on the planet. Nobody wants it. Nobody wants to do it. I think because it is so challenging and politically fraught with all sorts of issues and problems. And then the separation of powers. My colleague this morning from the HEC spoke about Council, Senate, and the institutional forum. And often there are fights, there are problems and challenges and standoffs and tensions between especially the Council and the Senate. Thank you, Berto. Next slide, please.
I'm trying to put it to the next, but now it's...
Oh, okay. Don't worry. I've done it. Okay. It seems to be wanting me to take back control. Thanks, Berto. So just to give you a sense, I mean, my directive from Berto was to talk about the experiences of what we're doing in a kind of a development capacity building mode. So this is, and I take this from my colleague at the DHET, this is what they were doing in terms of council capacity building. So again, as you heard this morning, many, if not all of our council members are quite a number of them are external. Some of them appointed by the minister, some of them are internal. That often, most, if not all of them, don't really have experience of governance or understand the university sector and their role in it. So this was the course that the department was offering, and that was at the most basic level. And the intention was yet to onboard, these members of council, and that was the basic course. Then there was an advanced level because we felt that others, the department that is, felt that those who have really had experience in this, they could do with additional training and complement and supplementary training. So this part, it has been offered by the DHET. At some point, it was paused, and I'm sure now in our conversations as USAF with the DHET, the Department of Higher Education and Training, and the Council on Higher Education, we're hoping that we can resuscitate these interventions for governance, especially at the council level. Then just around what we do in Helm, important, we've been around for almost 2 decades, more than 2 decades, since 2000, when there was a change in our higher education system. Some of you remember or recall the size and shape report, all the mergers, and we have established Helm with support from international funders to assist our leadership and management teams with that. So fast forward to 2017, we had engagements, or from 2016 with the Department of Higher Education and Training. They had a policy framework around staffing of universities, and we plugged our Helm program into that and gave effect to that particular agenda objectives and mandate of the DHET by doing what we do in Helm. So we offer leadership development at a macro level. So we try and complement what the universities are currently doing. In many instances, colleagues, there's very little happening. We may have some universities that do internal onboarding programs for their heads of departments, heads of schools. Very little happening, if any, for deans, for other executives, and for emerging managers, and especially in the area of transformation and equity, diversity, and inclusion. There's very little, if nothing, happening there. So we try and do that, and I'll show you in a moment how we do that. So what we do, I think it's important, like any good leadership development outfit, you just don't decide one day it will be a good idea to do something or to develop some form of capacity building. We do research policy on praxis. We do benchmarking with our international counterparts to see what they're doing and how they're doing it. But I think it's important in the way we design our curriculums and our programs that it is contextually specific to our environment. Often you'd have a situation where you're talking to a potential global partner, and they say, well, we've got this program on good governance we could offer you. And of course, the contexts are completely different. There may be similarities, but often the context specificities are not catered for. So we look at designing bespoke programs, and we do that in partnerships with skills we use from our current leaders in our universities, those who have retired. It's important, I think, when you're doing leadership development, especially for an intellectual academic audience, you need to ensure that whoever presents or facilitates your program has the credibility. So the story being told, the storyteller is important, or probably more important than the story that's being told. So that credibility is key. And we have also, as part of our programs, we offer organization support in the HE Lab. Currently, we're working with 2 executive teams from 2 universities around supporting them with a big change project within the university, and that's an exciting new development. And of course, we do this with partnerships. We've got the Gordon Institute of Business Science as our partner, who will be helping us with a master's degree in educational leadership, and then a postgraduate diploma in education management. These qualifications do not exist. So if you want to make a career university management in South Africa, unfortunately, there's no qualification. So we're hoping we put this in place, and that could support people at the emerging management level or middle management level to advance their career if they decide to go into that track post-academia. And then we have international partners, the American Council on Education. Council of Colleges and Arts and Sciences, also based in the US. They are an association for about 1,200 deans. We've got a very strong focus on deans in our program. That's what we do, and this is, as I said, underpinned by research. Interventions are context-specific and bespoke, and then supported by professional advisory services. The issue is obviously, people do a training program, they're really excited, they learn some new stuff and some new skills, they go back to a very disabling, toxic, environment. So the intention is to help them, make sure they get the value of the skills and lessons they learned back in their institutions. So as you see, our Helm Soccer Ball induction and onboarding, we've got a Foundations of Leadership program specifically tailor-made for heads of academic departments and schools. And then a similar program, a variant of that, Foundations of Leadership program for university managers. So those are at level of directors, deputy directors in our universities. This is their rite of passage. Research shows that less than 10% of people who move into HOD, head of department, academic department, or head of school roles, or even deans, get formal training in that role. And that's a problem. And I mean, it's a critical role. So we do that onboarding. Our senior and middle management program, just to highlight, our Women in Leadership program has been doing fantastically well. We've had now 3 cohorts. We've got over 90 women at the level of dean and HOD that have completed this program from most of our universities. Our current cohort is of 40 women from 21 universities. Exciting to see how these women have been enabled and empowered and emboldened to become change makers in the institutional environment. So we're really excited around that development, working very closely with the executive leadership team, because I think like any other levels of leadership, they also need help and support. We are lacking in the area of governance, and perhaps we can look to our colleagues in the Netherlands, if you've done any similar programs. As I said, the DHE team, our colleagues in government have done some work, but we felt also as a collective, working with the Council on Higher Education, we should probably go back and see how we can address that particular area. And then our specializations, we've just this year launched a new program called Student Administration and Student Success, or SAS. We've got 50 participants on that short learning program from 22 universities. And then I talked about the master's and the postgraduate diploma. In our Women in Leadership program, there's a very strong coaching component, but this was a really exciting college. We just got back from Cape Town, where we were doing our first program, testing the content of our Gen X, or Generation Next Leadership Academy, with the students, entrepreneurs in Daba down there. And we had about 200 students at University of the Western Cape over 2 days, and fantastic to see the potential of leadership there. So we'll also be doing that. Then our Engage, Berto, is a monthly dialogue webinar series, which is about 90 minutes on a specific topic. And that's an area we could also collaborate on. And I think, and then just very quickly, we have a strategy group. We focus on research and scholarship, bespoke programs, advice, revenue generation is becoming important for us so that we can become sustainable. And I talked about our partnership. Hopefully, Berto, and colleagues, we could look at partnerships with our colleagues in the Netherlands. And there we go. And as the Chief Marketing Officer at Helm, I need to refer you to our website, www.helm.ac.za. Thank you so much, Berto, and thank you, colleagues, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much for this advertisement block, as well as introduction into your program. Or actually programs, and I'm really happy with your offer to partner up in your existing programs. I think that's interesting for me, but maybe also for a lot of partners in the Netherlands. So well noted. And if you can share the link as well in the chat, then we definitely take it into the bigger group. Thank you very much. I think this is an interesting topic where there might be some questions in the audience again. Is there anyone with a question? Please raise your hand or post it in the chat. I see some questions in the chat. For example, is the Women in Leadership program and SES program open to private higher education institutions as well? And the second question is how I'm looking at the implications of artificial intelligence for educational institutions. Dr.
Yeah, good questions. I think for privates, we're coming to you. We thought we need to sort out the issues and the challenges in our own backyard first. So we're planning to engage the privates and open up our programs from 2024 to the privates and also to universities in SADC. So that's a really exciting development. Artificial intelligence, we've got a portfolio in Helm called Student Success. We've got a fantastic program called University Learning Futures, ULEFU, and it's with the HDIs. And there exactly, the last workshop we did with them was around the impact of artificial intelligence and how we can use that in the learning futures in our university. So certainly on the agenda in what we do in Helm.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from the audience? Feel free to post them later in the chat or in the Miro board, and then we address them to Dr. Oliver Seal. Thank you very much for your contribution.
Thank you, Berto. I think you should stop sharing because I can't stop, if you don't mind.
Then we dive into how we can stop sharing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's move on to the next speaker, which is Prof. Peter Mbati. He's Vice-Chancellor at Sovaco Makato Health Sciences University, and he will dive a little bit deeper in a few more institutional reflections on leadership and leadership development programs. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Berto. I had been requested from the perspective of a Vice-Chancellor for Executive Education, what are some of the key crucial elements that would be included in a leadership program? And also, how do we contribute to a pipeline of leadership? Now, I must say that what Oliver has given certainly applies for the entire sector, and we do participate there. But for the purpose of this webinar, globalization and increased communications have encouraged universities to engage in international collaborations that enhances their knowledge, opportunities, and competitiveness. The benefits of international collaboration are widely acknowledged across North-South and South-South partnerships. Now, for researchers in countries with less developed science infrastructure, international collaborations can also promote access to expertise, new techniques, learning opportunities, networking. Something has happened here.
You are still loud and clear in the presentation in the Teams link.
All right. Yeah, and can also promote access to expertise, new techniques, learning opportunities, networking, better access to funding and equipment, and national and international recognitions. Now, as population diversity and mobility increase, leaders need to be prepared to lead a diverse workforce in ways that are culturally responsive and competent in meeting the needs of a growing multicultural population. And therefore, if we were to reimagine an interconnected, universal, global higher education landscape, devoid of any barriers, be they political, cultural, economic, language, religious, etc., Such an ideal world would be a precursor to achieving immeasurable success for today's human species in the face of competing scarce resources. Now, our universities recognize the immense value, experience, and opportunities that internationalization brings to staff and students, but also to the organization as a whole. I'll now reflect on what are some of the key crucial elements that should be included in a leadership program. Now, again, I must say what Oliver has given is something that all of us as universities, collectively do agree. But from my perspective, just additions to that, with the current high unemployment rates of graduates, visionary recurriculation, and targeted purposeful training for entrepreneurship and commercialization of research outputs, and the resources, infrastructure, and mind shift required to make such training a success would be absolutely relevant today. Now, such a training would have the objective of preparing globally competitive, globally employable professionals, but I think more importantly, producing entrepreneurs who themselves would create jobs. Secondly, a training module in the area of innovation in the digital age is a crucial requirement today, and I think that has already been, kind of touched and asked earlier. 4IR has accelerated the need for innovation, and the convergence of recent events, as we know, the pandemic, large language models such as ChatGPT, have revealed stark vulnerabilities, gaps, and unprecedented challenges for universities. With the disruptions that AI will have on the very DNA of current business, as usual traditional formats of teaching, learning, assessments, and research and innovation, especially for senior and graduate students, an immersive and experiential program designed for managers and academics would be key in leveraging on the opportunities that AI offers, but also to mitigate the risks that it presents to the integrity of our assessment processes in universities. Thirdly, as a direct response to the demands placed on gender representativity in management, a program on women's executive leadership in business strategies for success in a complex, evolving higher education environment needs to be scaled up. Now, Oliver made a mention to it, but I think it's about time we reconceptualize it to really make women leaders absolutely ready for the challenges that lie ahead. Now, demands on senior managers have never been greater. In an atmosphere of volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, you need to act more decisively and think more strategically. Today, you must possess a level of foresight, agility, and resilience that I think our predecessors never imagined. There is a range of management skill sets that would invariably be critical for trainees, and proposed training modules would cover, among others. And I just picked a couple of those that I think would be important. One is coaching and development, then leading across borders and cultures, designing high performance pay and incentives so that you can retain some of your great resources at the university, understanding true performance, because again, with the autonomy and academic freedom we have in universities, the whole issue about performance sometimes gets lost. And then leading through your networks, the importance of social capital for leaders. And then something that I don't think we pay sufficient attention to is the matter of soft skills for global competitiveness. Now, whether it's communication, collaboration, language, cultural adaptability, tolerance, and so on. And then the future of work and what is it? And how do you prepare for it? I mean, a lot of times we talk about the future of work, the work of tomorrow is not present today. And I think as leaders, we need to be really prepared to be able to have a full appreciation and to be able to explain it, especially when it comes to how you conceptualize your curriculum and so on and so forth. And then I think personally, in terms of just lived experiences of a vice chancellor, is preparing for and dealing with the unknown. Oliver just told you earlier, many people nowadays don't even want to be vice chancellors, but it's precisely because sometimes it is really a minefield of unknown events. And I think we need to prepare leaders for that. And then there was a question about how we contribute to a pipeline for leadership. There are various interventions that institutions can utilize to contribute to the pipeline. One is the helm that Oliver referred to. But in our case, leadership training must also be infused in the institutional strategic plan. Institutions can develop internal, tailor-made leadership and management modules, and we are doing that, offered by both internal and external subject matter experts. And in a case like this, if we have institutions in the Netherlands that, we have experts in particular areas, we could work collaboratively together. Now, such training, of course, targets, among others, also senior academics and middle managers. And obviously, it's cost effective because it's done internally. You can get many more people, and it's tailor-made and relevant to an institution's needs. So you pretty much know what it is that you want to address. The training can also be offered by externally contracted service providers, but then, of course, there is a cost that is attached to this. And we do both models. Now, obviously, managers can also be supported for degree leadership programs, either in their university or in a different university, both locally and abroad. For example, on MBAs, I have my dean in the School of Medicine, for example, who beyond just the MBCHB has also now just done an MBA. And then create a cooperative management structure where members of the executive team take decisions with a tier that is just directly below them. Now, this allows for growth and development and developing confidence for this second tier, and also makes for good succession planning. And then finally, shadowing of executive and senior managers for succession planning is also something that one could explore. Then finally, the university must quality assure the value and integrity of these leadership programs, especially those that are developed internally, and that approvals are granted through relevant quality assurance structures. And in our case, the Institutional Planning and Quality Assurance Directorate and the University Senate. Thank you very much, Barto.
Thank you very much, Prof. Mbati, for this perspective from a Vice Chancellor. I think very interesting to hear about preparing women for future leadership, for example. So definitely some new perspectives that we can add to this policy dialogue. I'm looking to the audience. Is there anyone with a question for Prof. Mbati? And then please raise your hand or post them in the chat. I see a lot of comments actually to support several points made. I don't see any new questions for now. So thank you very much, Prof. Mbati. And let's continue with the next and final speaker for today. The next speaker is Ms. Ineke Verhagen, who is Head of HR Development at the University of Utrecht. And she will take us a little bit deeper into the leadership development programs from the University of Utrecht. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Beto. And can I just check with you how much time I have left?
You have around 15 to 20 minutes. So
okay, all right. So we stick with the original plan. Perfect. All right. And let me see if I can get this thing to work. Maybe as a starter, any alumni in the virtual room of Utrecht University? If so, just put your name in the chat. Might be interesting, just out of interest. All right, so I've been invited to tell you a little bit more about what Utrecht University has done around leadership development, and actually it's supporting the case that Professor Seal and Mbati already made, that leadership development is key and definitely important in moving our universities forward. Wait, check. Yes. So what I wanted to do is to give you a very brief introduction on Utrecht University. I see there's no alumni, so I guess this might be needed. Then tell you a little bit about what we did on leadership development in our university's context. And if we have time, and also if this is what you're interested in, I could elaborate further on what we've done in the leadership program. So, as you may know, nice, a PhD from Utrecht, good to know. We've been around for quite some time, and our mission is sharing science, shaping tomorrow. What I like about this picture, and that's why I thought I'll put it in, is that that's what you see happening here. All of our full professors almost mounting on their bikes to go to schools, to actually primary schools, to talk about science and really sharing those science insights. A couple of figures. We have about 8,000 employees and about 700 full professors, 36,000 students, and about 100 nationalities. And what I personally like about Utrecht University is that we've really chosen a number of research areas where we feel we can make an impact in the world. So these are the 4 that definitely not all of our research is focused on, but these are the key things that we say as Utrecht University, this could be our contribution. So that's about Utrecht University. Then about your leadership. So a couple of years ago, about 5, we said we need to have a bigger focus on leadership. And for that, it really helps to define what we find important in leadership. It took a bit of time, but then we came up with our leadership profile, which is definitely not rocket science, but it does help to really agree with each other that these are the kind of behaviors we expect from leaders. So we've divided those on 3 levels, you could say. So the first one is about you. It's about personal leadership. Then it's about you and your team, which we've called organizational leadership, and you and the organization, strategic leadership. And it's you and the organization, but actually also the external world around it. And on the right side, you see that for each of these levels, we've identified 3 competencies per level. Those are the kind of behaviors we want to encourage in leaders. But we also realized that if we find this important, if this is the kind of behavior we would like to see, we also need to work on it, which means that we've translated this into a leadership program where we say, well, it's important to also recruit based on a leadership profile. So for instance, at some of the faculties, not all of the faculties, we're using assessments based on the leadership profile to appoint full professors. We use the leadership profile to put that in the profile, to test people on it, or at least to interview them on it, to make sure that we get in also the leaders that we want. We also said we need to develop people. And I think that's the case made by the 2 previous speakers as well, that certainly academic leaders tend to not have been motivated, well, maybe not even motivated, but asked to develop their leadership. And now we suddenly are saying, well, these are the kind of behaviors we expect from you. So we also need to have a development program in place. And we've called that the UU leadership track. I can tell more about it later if we have time. We also said it needs to be part of our annual performance reviews and of strategic workforce planning. So if we find this really important, it should also be part of your annual discussion with your manager. It should be part of your strategic workforce planning, where you're looking at how to fill leadership pipelines later. And it needs to become part of our culture. We need to breathe that leadership is important. While we've maybe more from HR with also a number of senior leaders were working on this leadership profile, there were also other things happening. The context of our leadership program has also been that there's a lot of focus on open science. And on reward and recognition as part of that. That's a Dutch, a nationwide initiative to redefine academic careers, to redefine what we find important in academia. And that's really helped us deliver the leadership is important message. We also had a strategic plan of Utrecht University. There's, of course, that's also a case made earlier, a lot more focus on creating an inclusive environment, looking at equality and diversity, and creating a socially safe environment. So these are all things that influenced how we looked at leadership. And maybe two things to point out there, which are, well, at least partly a nationwide initiative, is that we have the reward and recognition and reward program. This is nationwide, where, as I said, we're redefining how we look at academic careers. So it's a lot more about diversifying career paths, looking at teams instead of mostly focusing on individuals in the past, really stimulating open science, making sure that research outcomes are shared with society, focusing on quality rather than quantity. So not H indexes, but focus on the quality of education and research done, and stimulating academic leadership. And this is, of course, what helped us deliver the internal message about the importance of leadership. And this nationwide recognition and reward plan, we've translated at Utrecht University into a triple model, which stands for team, research, impact, professional performance. This could be, for instance, if you work as a doctor or as a judge, or things that you do outside of your real academic career, but are really adding value as well. Leadership and education. So these are the 6 criteria that we now use to look at people's performance, to look at how to develop people further. And because leadership is such an important part here, again, it has helped us deliver the leadership is important message. So I could dive into those 4 pillars that you've seen before about recruitment, development, the annual performance reviews, and culture. But I wonder if there's any questions right now that you would like to have answered. Otherwise, I'll just continue with my story, but chances are that we don't have time at the end for Q&A. I don't see anything popping up, so I'll just continue, but feel free to put it in the chat and I'll try to answer that. So in recruitment, we've, as said, we've institutionalized assessments. We've also said that specifically for leadership roles, assessment should be part of the nomination process and it should be an open procedure. Well, in the past, these were roles that were often just, well, people were asked for the role and it wouldn't be an open procedure. We've also, for those leadership roles, identified how much time people can spend on their leadership role, instead of it just being something you do on the side, and actually research or education is still most important. And we have a training course on recruitment skills, which is definitely needed. Then we've set up this big leadership track. And I'm saying big because it's a lengthy program, about half year, with about 13 sessions. But it's also because there's a lot of people going to that right now. So about a fourth of our population has already followed this course over the past 1.5 years. It's meant for senior managers, academic and non-academic staff. And that's, well, at least in Utrecht University, that was quite revolutionary to put academic and non-academics together. And I personally, and not only personally, that's also the feedback I hear, people really value the fact that it's a university-wide initiative. People are meeting people from other places that they would have never met before. So it really helps for the non-academic staff to really understand challenges of a full professor, and for the academic staff to understand, hey, what is all this support staff actually doing? We have workshops on those 3 levels of leadership, so personal, organizational, strategic leadership. We also touch upon reward and recognition, obviously. We have compulsory and elective modules. And the design is really that it's not so much us telling them what they need to know, but it's really learning from each other. So we're mixing a bit of theory, but then applying it with your own practical cases to really maximize the transfer of the learning to the workplace. And we have a mix of external and internal coordinators here. And as I said, it takes about 6 months, 6 to 8 days in total. And this is just an overview. I won't talk you through it, but of the different modules we have in this program. And then, so this is the UU leadership track meant for the senior managers, but we also have a number of other development opportunities. And we also have a program on social safety. So there's more than this that we offer, but I think in the context of how do you do leadership governance, this one is most important. Then when you look at the assessment and development interviews, so the yearly annual reviews, leadership is now part of the form, it's part of the discussion. It's also part of a proposal for full professors. So if you want to become a full professor, this is really one of the things that we're looking at. And we look at it from if we talk about strategic workforce planning. And then, of course, the challenge is how do we actually make sure it becomes part of our culture? And that is in small and bigger things. It's about your chancellor talking about leadership being important. It's about showing, for instance, when there's a big grant being won, that is not an individual who's received a grant, but it's a team. It's about showing the right behavior. And we do try to build that even further with master classes that are meant for all managers. So no matter whether you're senior or non-senior, it doesn't matter. And there, for instance, we've talked about diversity. The next one in November will be about social safety. So in this way, we really try to enhance a culture where leadership is seen as key for the university. And then maybe as an interesting note, what we've done in the UU leadership track is that we've also looked at the impact of the leadership track. So we've tried, of course, it's very quantitative, not real qualitative research here, but to make clear what the impact was of the leadership program through a questionnaire, to interviews, and through making an impact map. And that's actually brought out some really nice insights. So something I can recommend to do. All right, looking at time, shall I hand back to you, Berto?
Thank you very much. Ineke Verhagen from the Utrecht University. Interesting to hear more about your leadership development program, how that evolved over time, but also the main focus areas in the program. And I think it's just one of the examples, of course, of a university with leadership development programs. I know of a lot of partners in South Africa that also have their leadership development programs also addressed by Prof. Mbati. But it might be interesting to exchange as well the leadership development programs. Of course, we have different contexts, like Oliver Seal also mentioned. But still, I think there are some niches in both countries that are nice for exchange, where we can learn from each other. Is there anyone with a question for Ms. Verhagen? Then you can raise your hand, and I see one hand coming up from Dr. Oliver Seal. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Ineke. Very exciting. I mean, there's so much similarities between what you're doing, at Utrecht at your institutional level, but also what we're doing at a national level. How do you deal with this, in our system, this divide between the academy and the administration, and we currently have different training development tracks for both. But we're trying to find ways to bring them together because they have to, be all committed to the objectives, the mandate, and the mission of universities. How do you deal with that? And I like the idea of impact because in our case, we get funded. So that's what the funders want. and we do monitoring and evaluation. So we do, like on our world program, we do after the third cohort, we did a review of the impact. So that's something we could also talk about, but really interesting. And I'd like to continue the conversation with you. Thank you, Berto.
Thank you. Any reflection from you in return, Gineke? Or?
Yeah. So what has helped is, for instance, last Monday, we had the opening of the academic year. And there we announced that we don't want to make this distinction anymore between academic staff and non-academic staff. We call it university staff from now on. And I'm sure it's going to take a number of years, maybe even decades, to really get rid of this division. But the fact that the Chancellor is saying this out loud is really helping. And I just see that people get really energized if they get into contact with people from other parts of the university. You show them that all together you're working towards a better university, and that we need all of the roles there. There was some apprehension beforehand about putting people together, and people are just super enthusiastic about it now. So it seems it's actually an easy change we've done here.
I see a term coming up from Dr. Oliver Seal, so thank you very much. I see one last question from Prof. Tuli Madonsela. Go ahead.
You're muted.
Yes, you're unmuted now.
Thank you, Chair. I thoroughly enjoyed the presentation, and there are two specific things that I would like to follow up on. The one is the issue of creating social safety. We have been discussing fragility at Stellenbosch University among students, but as we started discussing fragility among students, it became clear that with staff too, there are fragilities that come from being in a transitional environment within a world that is changing fast. So we would like to talk to you further about that. We would also like to talk to you further about just generally your structured leadership development programs. At Stellenbosch University, at the moment, I'm involved in two leadership development programs. One is the Frederick Van Sales Labet, leadership in law. So it targets law students only and not law lecturers. So I was interested in yours because it's looking at associate professors, etc. And then another one that I'm involved in with Jonathan Jonathan Jansen and the Social Impact Office is one on shared humanity. And both of them are really trying to create leaders that are purpose-driven, impact conscious. And number one, they are transformative in their outlook. They have integrity, and they have a sense of purpose. And at TUMA, we also have this epic leadership model that we have used very effectively in turning young people from relying on the force of their argument to relying on the power of their persuasion through a leadership model that is called epic leadership, ethical, purpose-driven, impact conscious, and committed to serve. Maybe the question part of it is the one on training of associate professors or everyone in leadership. Which unit or which section within the university is in charge of that? And is it compulsory for all members of the university? Well, you can answer now, but beyond this, I would like to talk and then to bring into the party the colleagues that are in charge of the leadership programs that I've spoken about to you. Thank you.
Gineke, go ahead.
So our HR department is responsible for setting up these programs, and it's not compulsory. What we say is not mandatory, but it's expected. We have a Dutch translation of that, but so that people that in certain positions, you're expected to follow this course, even though we're maybe not going to check and and make sure that you attended. It should be just natural. Beto, I realize it's been past 3.
Thank you very much. I think this is a nice conclusion. We are 1 minute past 3. We had the time set at 3. So for the ones that have to leave, feel free to leave us now. But we do, however, want to give you a small reflection from our side as well. So for those who have the time and are still willing and energized enough to stay with us, please do so. Ms. Ineke Verhagen, thank you very much for your contribution. And I also like that we end with the offer of further conversations between different institutions. So that's a nice approach. Thank you very much. And then I would like to hand over to Dr. Makakula next to me for her reflections of the day. Thank you.
Oh, then you switch off. Thank you to all the speakers today that presented on this very complex topic of leadership and governance. And also I'd like to congratulate you, Berto. It's fantastic chairing as always. But I think one of the key questions that I'm asking myself as I was listening to the speakers go give their presentations, we see that we talk around the whole development trajectory of staff and how they become part of higher education institutions, but that we also want them to be transforming our higher education institutions, and they need to be doing this, they need to be undertaking such initiatives with integrity, as everybody says, accountability. But what the reality has shown us, particularly in the case of South Africa, is that there has been a lack of consequence management. What is it that we need to start thinking about as we're having these conversations? How do we build that into our leadership governance initiatives, or these training programs that Helm was talking about, that Oliver was talking about? And I think that's when we also start thinking around what is the future of a university, because it is going to be ever changing, and it is leadership and it is governance that sort of gives us a picture of said institutions and what they would look like. So from my side, it really was quite a lot to take in, a very difficult topic to unpack from a DAT perspective. I was Philia Vukea really touched on our constitutional legislative mandates that we follow in how we try to steer the system, enforce the system, and to ensure that that our students are protected because they are beneficiaries of it. But I also wanted to flag a question that keeps popping up. It was a student who raised it around institutional autonomy, if it really is something that is necessary, and it's something that we may have to take up as we move forward. From a student perspective, does it give us something different to think about? Prof. Thuli Madonsela's approach was quite, it was one that opens up one's mind to think around how the apartheid, we could look at how they sort of enforced certain laws, how they were very prescriptive. We can follow that model, not that, she wasn't saying that it was something that's something we should be proud of, but the way they were so prescriptive was something that we could follow up on, and it's something we could do. And then from our colleagues on the Netherlands, I sort of, the clinical approach that you take is quite informative. But I do say that you all, for me, I was asking Berto, you guys seem quite clean. You look a little bit too clean for me. So it would be nice to also see a little bit of your dirty laundry also, so that we don't feel like we're too open by ourselves. We do want to take the lessons that, our failures are something that we see as a stepping stone. So it'd be quite interesting to look at your challenges and how those can link with us. And all the other presentations are absolutely fantastic. This has been quite a learning curve, and it does show that we're doing quite a lot, but there's still quite a lot that we can do in terms of our improvement of governance structures within South Africa. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Makukule, for these reflections, mainly on the South African side, but also a few critical notes on the Dutch side. Let me reflect in that sense a bit more on the Dutch side, and then also reply to the South African side. I do agree that the Dutch, maybe it's our culture that we approach things a little bit more clinical. And maybe one of the reasons that we do it like that is because we always have a strong economic emphasis on everything we do. So that makes the basis in what we do, what is the benefit when we do this. So we like to speak about what we have detected as issues that's already addressing those issues with the solution that we have thought of. So in that sense, we are maybe a little bit hesitant to be as vulnerable as you dare to be on the South African side. And to be honest, that makes me a bit jealous because you seem so much in touch with your strengths, but also your weaknesses in that sense and your vulnerabilities. I think one of the other reasons why we have a difference there is the huge common ground that you seem to have in South Africa. You seem to have a clear picture on what you would like to reach for as a country, as a society. And although you also mentioned before that there might be a little bit of moral decay present in South Africa, I think we can say the same for Europe and the Netherlands at this moment, where you see moral decay is emerging and an issue that worries more and more people. And maybe that's one of the reasons why we have these geopolitical shifts in the world as well. And I think it's a time where we have the time and the space where we need to reflect on ourselves and maybe learn from the other as well, in maybe becoming a little bit more clinical or maybe become a little bit more vulnerable. I'm not sure what's the best way forward, but I do see that we differ there a little bit. And I do agree that we can learn in that sense a lot from each other. It can be quite annoying, I think, if one partner on the table is explaining especially the solutions instead of the challenges. The other way around can also give you the feeling that, hey, these colleagues are presenting the vulnerabilities, but what are their own solutions? And in that latter sense, I think there are so many good ideas already present in South Africa. And the thing that wonders me the most is, how is it possible that so many ideas are already here, but it seems to be difficult to find the way forward together. And what strengthened me today is that I see a lot of common ground in the ideas, also around leadership and governance on both sides. And I see a lot of people that already took the first step. And it's all about taking the first small step, I think, in overcoming difficulties and big issues. And in that sense, I do think we found a lot of new possibilities for partnerships and collaboration. Lots to exchange, and I'm really happy to have received some offers today as well to participate in discussions already going on both sides, programs that have been developed that are open to exchange and even further improvement. And I'm really thankful that we conclude with that. The previous dialogue was all about opportunities, and even in these dialogues around challenges, and issues, we find common ground in finding new opportunities for collaboration, also to overcome the struggles and challenges we have. And I think that is really strong if you can look into that difficulties and find solutions and common ground to work on together. So let me conclude the dialogue for today by that, and refer again to the great quote done by Prof. Thuli Madonsela from Mandela, that education and science actually are a way of societal transformation. It is something I learned in the first week I arrived here in South Africa in October last year, but is still very present in the presentations I heard today as well. The common ground in ideas around ethical and social justice approaches around education and science, what are the requests from leadership and governance. I think that's a strong message and a clear picture to aim for. And that makes our partnerships, I think, very strong, because that is something we recognize on both sides. A small look at the future. In October, we will have the Dutch Knowledge Mission, where hopefully we can see many of you as well. The minister from the Netherlands, Dijkgraaf, Minister for Education, Culture and Science, will come to South Africa. Will meet also with his partner, Minister Nzimande, to sign an MOU on education, higher education and TVET. And that underlines and underscores, I think, the relationship we have. Like we also showcase with these dialogues where governments and institutions from both sides sit together and exchange knowledge and information. That's the first step. And in the policy dialogue series, we scheduled one end of the year, but we rescheduled that one to January, the 31st of January. Then we will have a policy dialogue on open access and open science, another topic which can be a bit of a tense topic, but also a very interesting topic because it actually touches on social justice questions as well a lot. So there's more to come. And I hope to see many of you again in the future. So thank you for now for all your presence and active contributions. And we're looking forward to future engagements. Have a good day.